almost heaven. West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountain, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me, Ramona?
Yes, it's just me. I told him to call me back in 1 minute so that I could give you...
So we're not
I'm
on right now.
No, I want to start a new recording. Oh my God, you are so amazing.
Thank you. I was all right. I tried.
Are you calling me from Skype or something?
Yeah, Google Hangouts.
Oh, okay.
Ember had to go, so she told me to work out some other way.
So we're so I'm gonna record and then Ember, I'm gonna send this to Ember. So I wanted us to start fresh with a new recording that didn't have the other stuff in it, so that she doesn't have to edit through all of it. Okay, so here he is. I'm gonna join him. And
okay, but we're not live streaming anymore.
We're not live streaming, but this is gonna be uploaded tomorrow.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, here she is. Okay, hey, Lorne. Okay, so therapist just called me back, and we're on the three of us. Again, so
can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What were you saying, or what was I saying? So.
Well, to pick up where we left off, I think we were. I think I was more or less summarizing my take on the situation, my diagnosis, as it were. And I know it's hard to hear. I'm sure it's hard to hear. I know it's this sort of thing is certainly never fun or easy, but I liken it to a medical procedure. They're rarely fun or easy, and painful, unpleasant, and they consume your mental faculties and sap your strength. But sometimes difficult, unpleasant things need to be done, and difficult, unpleasant things have to be said and have to be heard. Obviously, I can't compel you to any action, but I think you know what my advice to you is now, having spent some time with Lorne and knowing what I know. And Lorne, I know that you don't appreciate that, or you don't agree with that, but
I really wish that I could tell you more. I refuse to do it over the phone because of things that have happened to me.
Well, that's your prerogative. That's your prerogative.
On the internet, I have a lot to deal with that.
That's your prerogative, but I have to proceed and act on the basis of what I do know. And there it is.
I had alluded to earlier, I think I'm like all worn out from crying, so I can talk about it now. The fact that everybody has been acting really crazy, obsessed, with me. My brother TJ flew in, and it's really been a difficult week dealing with them, and
difficult about it.
Say again?
Difficult about it. What's made it difficult?
Oh, you sound a little staticky. Say that again?
What's been? You say it's been difficult with your brother there. I'd like to know if you feel like talking about it. What's been difficult about it? What's made it difficult?
It's difficult because there's so much attention on me, and everyone's freaking out It's scary. It's new. It's not something that I'm used to.
Is your brother, has your brother expressed concern about this relationship similar to the ones your parents?
Oh yeah.
We did talk about your brother. Okay. We did talk briefly about that, but we didn't spend your mother had basically said what you're saying now, which is just that there are a whole lot of people that are concerned about you.
Yeah, you sound really staticky, though, I want to say.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of static.
I'm sorry, I had to go to the other side of my house because my wife is asleep now, so that's the reception may not be as good here. Is it any better? There may not be a whole lot I can do about the static. Is it tolerable or is it pretty bad?
It's tolerable. Yeah, it's tolerable.
Okay. Lorne, is it okay for you?
Yeah, I can still hear you. I can still hear a little bit of static, but I can still hear you.
Okay.
Let me say that Ramona's used to all the attention and people freaking out on my end. She's not used to it being on her end.
Okay.
She dealt with it for months and heard my frustrations for months about people freaking out on my end. But this is the first time she's ever had to deal with it from her end.
Well, I mean, my advice on a thing like this for you, Ramona, is it should tell you something. It should be it should get your attention when you have so many people in your life who care about you, who are all communicating the same concerns to you. You see what I'm saying? In other words, let's say that you have 9 people who say the sky is blue and 1 who says the sky is red. Which group is more likely to be right? And I think that if there's a pattern of concern among the people who care for you and who want what's best for you, that should tell you something. And especially if, when we're talking about relationships, emotions can do wonderful things, but they can also mislead us, and they can compel us to do things that aren't in our best interest. And sometimes a person in a relationship, if it's not a healthy relationship, doesn't see the forest for the trees, to use the expression. And it can be beneficial for a person in that situation to listen to those who are on the outside of that relationship if they're saying, hey, this is not a good situation for you. And it sounds like, let me ask you this, Ramona. Are there any people in your life who advocate the relationship you have with Lorne, which is to say, who are giving you as advice, no, this is a good relationship for you. You should nurture and cultivate this relationship and continue this relationship.
Lorne does.
Is there anybody who's...
Lorne does. Lorne advocates the relationship.
Well, besides, I'm talking about people who are in your real life, people who are close to you, your family, people who are present in your life, people that you have known before Lorne. Do you see what I'm saying? Family members, close friends, that sort of thing.
No. Everyone's freaking out.
Yeah, I mean, and that's.
So how long has anybody in your life known about me, though?
That's a tricky question to ask or to answer, because when TJ was the first and when he started his thing, I don't know if he fully believed it.
Believed what? Believed that you had a relationship with Lorne?
Yeah. I don't know if TJ fully believed that.
Mm-hmm.
How how long have people in my life known about our relationship?
Well, hold on. So my parents got something last Friday or Saturday, so it's been about a week that they've known. So last Friday or Saturday, my parents received. It was really disgusting. I don't know if they told you, but it was a
Yeah.
it was a printout of his registered sex offender profile, a CD with 3 of our conversations with him calling me every name under the sun, and a note saying this is. I don't know if they. Oh yeah, okay. I don't know if they told you all the details.
Yeah. We reviewed those items. We did.
Did you hear the calls?
Oh yeah. We discussed it earlier.
Oh God.
Yeah. See, this is what when I was trying to explain to you earlier, Lorne. These are the elements of information I have to go on. These are the elements of information from which I am drawing my insight, and all I can do is operate based on that information.
Okay, I'll tell you one thing, one story that it's probably already on the internet, so I don't mind telling you this story.
Okay.
It is the story of Amanda James. I lived on Washington State, and I had my nieces and nephews like 80% of the time. I talked to this girl for 2 years, and it took more time away from my nieces and nephews than it affected them. And 2 years I talked to this girl. She told me her name was Amanda James. She told me that her daughter was her niece. She said that her sister-in-law died from breast cancer. She said that she had custody of her niece because her brother was a druggie. What else she told me? Well, she was all the same age as me. She was 30 years old. No, she was 2 years younger. She was 28 and I was 30. And I moved back to Maine. Well, she told me she was going to move out there to be with me, and after 2 years, she didn't. And I never saw anybody or dated anybody in that whole time. And then I moved back to Maine so I could be closer to her because she lived in Pennsylvania. Then,
okay, so you knew her from the internet. You said you lived in Washington, so you met her on the internet.
Yeah, that was the first time I ever met anybody from the internet, or met anybody, dated anybody on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And when I moved back to Maine, I still talked to her. I was talking to her, and my sister wanted to talk to her. I was talking to her on the phone. My sister wanted to talk to her. So I talked to her for a minute, and just as soon as she got off the phone, she pointed at the phone, and she whispered, "She's been lying to you." So after we got off the phone, I got to know her so well that I was able to hack into her email. When I hacked into her email, I found that she had been talking to another guy the whole time. She had slept with another guy the whole time. She had been making pictures of other guys in her email, and among other things.
Yeah.
And then I called her and confronted her with them. And she finally told me the truth. She told me her real name, told me that her niece was really her daughter. And basically everything she told me before for 2.5 years was a lie.
Okay.
Since then, is when I've had a problem with people on the internet.
Okay.
Me and Ramona didn't even meet on the internet.
How did you meet?
We met by phone.
Okay. How did you called her randomly? You were calling random numbers? How did that work? What do you mean you met by phone?
I didn't know that he didn't know that. Ramona.
Well, she told me in general terms that you had. I mean, my understanding was that this was something that had its beginnings in some capacity on the internet.
Yeah, let's just say we met on the internet.
No, let's tell the truth. I saw his I saw his sex offender profile and I messaged him.
Well, that's different from what you told me the other day when we were in session. So I'm curious to know what it is about seeing a sex offender registry entry that would compel you to make contact with him. You thought he was attractive?
Yeah.
It shows. She thought I needed a friend too.
Okay.
She,
So now, Lorne,
she was the perfect friend for me to have.
I want to ask you about this Amanda James situation you conveyed to me, if you don't mind. I want to know what bearing that has on what we're talking about here. I mean, you told me the story. It's a bad side. It's a shame that happened, that somebody lied to you and so on and so forth. But what relevance does that have to what we've been discussing here?
Well, because before I met Ramona, there was a girl named Ember, and she was married, and we were just friends. And I took her as being, after talking to her for a while, I took her as my best friend. I actually called her my best friend.
I know a little bit about that situation. I want to know why you're telling me this. I want to know what relevance this has to the things that we've been discussing about Ramona.
Because it has to do with the way that I act when I get drunk and how I get paranoid.
Okay.
Because that's the whole reason I get paranoid is when something doesn't feel right,
Uh-huh.
or I think I'm being played with or something like that.
Okay. Well, what bearing does that have on your fitness as a partner for her? I mean, you're just explaining. Okay, you had some negative experiences, and you tend to get paranoid. I mean, I understand that, but I'm trying to understand why you're discussing those things in the context of your relationship with Ramona. What does one thing have to do with the other?
Because I know my feelings for Ramona, and I get scared that I'm going to get hurt all over again.
Okay.
That's normal.
That's normal in a relationship. A lot of people struggle with that. What does that have to do? Listen, Lorne, my concern here is your fitness as a partner for Ramona.
Now, what's different with me and Ramona is that our conversations have been put on the internet. A normal relationship, the people that are obsessed are able to text on the phones and stuff like that.
That doesn't influence the dynamic of how you act toward her. It shouldn't, and if it does, in the sense that it compels you to be angry and abusive, I mean, all that does is buttress my point about how it's not healthy for her to be in this relationship, and it doesn't. And none of the things that you've told me have any bearing on the behavioral concerns I have about you regarding your sexual crime and your proclivities in that area, your proclivities toward alcohol abuse, your proclivities to express your anger inappropriately. These are all
that abusive stuff. That verbal abuse only happens when I'm drinking. That's why I quit drinking.
Well, but you have to start drinking in order to quit drinking. It's the starting drinking that concerns me. In other words, you don't get a medal because you stopped doing something you shouldn't have done in the first place. The concern remains, why did you do it in the first place? And if you're telling me that you had a DUI when you were much younger, and now you're talking about this abusive behavior that you stopped doing 2 weeks ago because you stopped drinking 2 weeks. I mean, I'm seeing long-term patterns of behavior here, in regard to the drinking and the abusive behavior. These are not small issues. These are certainly not issues that go away because you stopped drinking 2 weeks ago.
This is also coming from somebody that doesn't know me.
I know those things about you. Are those things true or not?
That's all you know, though.
What do I need to know? If you have a
things about me, Just because you know those things about me doesn't mean that you know me.
Lorne, everybody in prison has a reason why they did what they did. You see what I'm getting at? Everybody in an AA meeting has a reason why they started drinking. The reason is irrelevant. The behavior is what I'm concerned with. Every man who's ever been arrested for abuse for hitting his wife has some explanation for why she made him so mad that he just had to do it. I'm not concerned with your reasons. It's the behavior that I'm concerned with. The behavior is what
I've never hit a woman in my life, and I never will. It was raised by my mother.
I didn't accuse you of hitting a woman. I'm using that as an example. I'm trying to draw a parallel here. I'm trying to make a distinction between behavior and motivation. The motivation is irrelevant when my concern is the safety of my patient. The behavior is all I'm concerned with. You might have 100 excuses for drinking to excess, for abusive behavior, and they may all be valid excuses in your mind. But if the behavior continues to manifest itself, then the reasons for it don't matter. And I might add that some of the centerpiece issues that I have, the sexual stuff and the drinking, there's no excuse for those things. It doesn't matter what your reasons for doing those things were, you did them. And no reason is good enough. There's no justification for those things. I don't care what you tell me. I don't care how many Amanda James there were. I don't care how many Embers there were. It's irrelevant.
The matter is that what I did before was wrong, and I know it was wrong. And everything I've done wrong, I know everything I've done wrong.
Okay, that's
fine. I also know that I'm getting better.
Well, I can't make that evaluation. All I know is that there are patterns of behavior. Well, that's fine. That's between you and your therapist. My concern is Ramona's well-being, not your improvement as a person. And if there are patterns of behavior that are unhealthy, that are potentially dangerous for her, that's what I'm concerned with. And I have to make my evaluation on that basis and that basis alone. So it doesn't matter to me why you got a DUI. I mean, the immediate reason is the only thing that's of any significance to me. You got a DUI because you used bad judgment. You drank too much and you decided to drive a car, which is a terrible thing to do. Terrible judgment. That happened a long time ago. But
that wasn't even the case. The case was I hadn't had a beer for hours. And I thought that I was sober. I didn't want my brother walking on the road drunk. I drove him home.
If you drank to such excess that hours later you were still drunk enough to get a DUI, not only does that indicate a serious lack of impulse control.
I was barely over the legal limit. This is what I'm saying. Just because I got a DUI, you automatically that I was actually drunk.
You say you were barely over the legal limit. I say the word barely doesn't matter. You were over the legal limit and you drove a car.
I didn't think that I was over the limit when I drove.
Well, that's bad judgment.
At that time.
You're not helping your case. If you say, well, I didn't think I was over the limit, all that tells me is that you not only have a drinking problem, but you don't have the ability to judge when you're too drunk to drive or not. That's a double whammy.
Oh, my God. The other thing that I'm hearing is you're trying to find every fault with me that you can.
Tell me where you see any flaws in that reasoning process, Lorne.
I'm not going to tell you anything anymore.
Of course you're not. You don't have anything to say. I've cut you here. All you can do is say, well, admitting. Yeah. I mean, that's the fact. Because if you had a rebuttal, you would have already used it. The fact that you're saying, well, you don't know, and you're just trying to find anything wrong with me, that's a cop-out. That's a victim mentality.
The fact of the matter is, I fell asleep. That's what happened. I fell asleep.
Well, that's even worse.
I fell asleep.
That's even worse. That's even worse.
This is even worse.
Oh, better? Oh, well, he only fell asleep. Oh, well, yeah, you hit that station wagon and you killed that family, but you were only asleep, so let's go easy on you. Are you kidding me?
I don't need you to continuously try to make me out to be a bad person.
I'm falling into what I see. I'm making
me out to be a bad person.
I don't have to make you out to be a bad person. The facts do that. All I'm doing is observing the facts.
The facts don't do that.
What are the facts? You're a good guy? He fell asleep. That's a good guy right there. He fell asleep because he drank too much.
Right.
You got to be honest.
Let's evaluate you.
No, I'm not you. I'm human just like the rest of us. The difference between you and me is that I own my mistakes.
I do, you know. I do make mistakes.
So you're saying that you're no worse than I
am. That's what I'm saying.
Well, maybe I should date Ramona. I live a lot closer to her than you do. And I probably make more money.
Like that, wouldn't she?
Do you have, surely you see how foolish it is.
That tells you what kind of person you are. You're married and you're talking about dating my girlfriend.
Well, at least she's not 13.
That statement wasn't it?
At least she's not 13.
Guess I don't have anything to worry about, do I?
I don't know. That's probably up to her.
That's remark to say. That's my last remark to say. At least she's not 13. That's a real professional statement.
Calling it like I see it. I think it's the most professional thing I can do. So, do you have anything else to say on your behalf?
On my behalf?
Mm-hmm.
What else is there to say?
Well, if you've got something to say, say it. If you're just going to repeat yourself.
Ramona knows me. I don't care if you know me.
I don't care whether you care. I'm not here for your benefit.
I have nothing left to say to you.
Okay, then I'm going to talk to Ramona now. And I'll appreciate it if you can keep quiet while I do so I don't have to argue with you and then repeat myself.
Well, he'll drop off. He'll drop off and you can talk, as you like to say, candidly.
Okay. Before we do that, Ramona, I need to know if you're prepared to make a decision.
And, okay, yeah, it looks like he dropped off, so it's just us.
Lorne's not on the line any longer?
No, I don't think so. Hang on, let me see.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, it looks like he dropped off.
Okay. Well, I'm sure this has been very difficult for you. I know that it's not easy to have to contend with these issues, but as long as Lorne's not on the line, I'd like to be perfectly candid with you because I love that word. If I can, if you'll allow it. I mean, if you want to hear what I have to say.
Sure.
Just off the record, I just think you can do a lot better than him. I just think you can do so much better for him than him. I look at you and your situation. You're young. You're professional. You're a beautiful girl. Very attractive. And you come from a good family. You're a successful professional. You're outgoing. You're warm. You're a wonderful person. And I think that you need to take some time and see what it's like to have someone show you what a full relationship can look like. All of the purposes and benefits that go along with that, emotional and physical. And we talked about these. Your mom talked about a couple of friends that you have here. You have the surgeon and this store manager, and that these are young professionals, successful, and they're closer in age to you, and probably intellectually have more to offer you than Lorne would. And I would even say, if we're just speaking off the record here, some someone like me. You know, I could even, I mean, obviously, it would have to come after I've settled my affairs with your parents, and there's a medical release that is involved that discharges you and your family as my client and that sort of thing. But after something like that, I'd be willing to spend some time with you, professionally, of course, and just sort of show you what it's like to be with someone who's, more in your league. And, go out to dinner, things like that, and be purely platonic, of course. Is that something you'd be interested in, maybe at some point?
Well, like I know.
I mean,
I have a question. I have a question, and don't think that I'm just asking it off the record because I heard that a lot of you therapists who I've heard a lot of you therapists do this, that you guys pretend to be married because it makes you look more skilled in what you do. But, is that,
Oh, no, I don't do that. No.
Are you married or are you pretending to be?
No, I'm married, of course. 11, mostly wonderful years. It's not always perfect, I mean, we have our ups and downs as any couple does, I won't lie, there are times when I get frustrated with the situation and wish that I had a diversion myself, I miss the single life sometimes, but I think that's normal for anybody that's been married any length of time. I don't think that's material here, but no, I'm not. Ramona, you're my patient. I'm not trying to take advantage of you or put you in a compromising position or anything like that. What I offer is for your benefit.
Okay, because, I was wondering if you guys do that because I have I wouldn't really call him a friend, but he's more of an acquaintance, and he's a therapist, and I shouldn't say he pretends to be married, but he tries to lead that on, that, he wears, well, I guess he does pretend to be married. He wears a ring, and he has pictures on his desk of him and his sister kind of obviously not kissing or doing anything like that, but just having fun, kind of to lead you to believe that he's married because he's a family therapist, and so he doesn't.
Oh, that's right. Well, no, that's not. That's a terrible violation of the solemn oath of the therapist, and I would never even dream of doing that. I think it's different if, look, we're living in the modern age, and the dynamics of a married relationship are somewhat different in a lot of cases than they used to be. There are a lot of couples that are open about interests outside the marriage they may have, and if it's something that's agreed upon within the marriage, that I think is perfectly fine. And anyway, I don't mean to. I mean, I didn't mean to come on too strong. I hope I did not. It would be doing it for your benefit. I mean, it's not to say I wouldn't enjoy myself too, but it's purely platonic, purely for to sort of get you on the right foot in terms of exploring the options that you have, right around you. And I think that would be good for you. It's just something to consider.
It's interesting. It's like, I don't know how to describe it. My family and friends, this whole thing has kind of brought everybody together, and it's really odd how.
Well, I think it might be good for your family and friends to, see you spending time with a successful professional who had your best interest at the forefront of his intentions, and that could be good for them. It could sort of ease the some of the friction from what this Lorne situation has done for the family dynamic and kind of bring everybody back into a better place, a happier, more positive place mentally. You know what I mean? Maybe sort of mollify some of the bad effects that unhealthy relationship had on those dynamics.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm very happy that, like, my friends and family are coming together. I just don't like the reason and the way that it's happened. I mean, I'm not used to all this attention being on me, and with my parents showing up at random times, and with my friends showing up at random times, and with people calling each other and stuff like that, it's brought my family and friends closer. Albeit, I'm sure I'm going to hear a lot more about the surgeon and about the retail guy you referred to. He's my neighbor. I'm sure I'm going to hear a lot more about them in terms of, well, Ramona, these guys are perfect for you. But honestly, it's nothing I can't handle. But I'm.
My advice to you is that you're young and you're free and you're a beautiful girl. I mean, you're very attractive. You obviously have a keen fashion sense. You always look dynamite whenever I've seen you, and you have a confidence and an air of self possession that's very attractive. It's even sexy, I'd say, if you understand what I mean. And I mean, look, if I'm being perfectly honest, you're the kind of person that I would pursue if I weren't married, and maybe even if I was, under the right circumstances. Purely hypothetically speaking, of course. But I think you need to take these compliments to heart and understand that if I see you in that way, certainly others do as well, which means that you have a lot of options right around you, good, viable options. Look, I want to say something off the record. It's just between you and me that I hope won't offend you. But this Lorne, he's kind of a loser, and I think he's a dead end. And
what?
who needs that?
But
I think.
We were he and I were just talking. He's got a chance to make a lot of money.
What's a lot of money for him?
I don't know what a lot is for him, but I really, now that I think about it, I really don't know what.
No, that's what I'm saying. You have to put.
What do you consider to be a lot?
Well, I'll put it this way: it's August, and I've already cleared 6 figures 2 times over, and that's after taxes.
I'm jealous. I don't.
No.
I wish to be you.
But I'm saying, if you were with someone like me, then you could partake in that success as well. Doesn't that sound good? Don't you want something like that for yourself?
I do. I do appreciate the things that, I don't want to say the things that money can buy. I have money, but I do appreciate the things that financial security and success can provide. I think everyone should.
You deserve a man who will dress you well and feed you well and show you how enjoyable a life like that can be. Vacations and a beautiful home and a nice car. It's not all about material possessions, of course. But the larger point I'm making is that you deserve a quality of life, not only physically, not only financially, but emotionally. You deserve someone who's stable, who can provide. You have to look at how old is Lorne? What is he? I thought I got my papers here. Somebody's 48 or 49, something like that.
47.
47?
6.
Yeah.
Well, he'll be 47 in a couple of weeks.
So you've got a guy who's almost 50 years old, who doesn't have any financial foundation, doesn't have a career, doesn't have any prospects for one because he's not educated. He's a convict, a felon, rather. He's got some obvious behavioral issues and tendencies that are very unhealthy. And not only are they unhealthy, but they're unsafe for you. And you talk about going to meet this person. Well, I mean, he can't travel to you. He doesn't have any money, so you'd have to go to him. Now you're venturing into his world. You don't know anybody in that world. You don't know what kind of guy this is. And what if he has one too many one night while you're there, and he decides to take his anger out on you in person?
Well, I did say this, and he doesn't like it, and he says that his therapist doesn't like it, but to me, this seems like the only viable option in terms of me going up there. I said, I need for him, and so far it's been 2 weeks. So we're 2 weeks into this, but I told him, I need for you to go 3 months without drinking, or 3 months without screaming at me. I gave him a list of things that I needed him to do in order for me to be willing to be comfortable enough to come down there. I was honest with him, and I did tell him that he does scare me, and that...
this. You know what fear is, Ramona? You know what fear is?
What's fear?
It's nature's way of telling you you're in a situation you shouldn't be in and to get out. That's what fear is.
But
so if you're fearful, then that's the universe trying to tell you something.
But see, and that's why I told him, I said, I need you to not drink. I need you to not, for 3 months. And I told him for 3.
How would you know if he does or he doesn't?
Because here's the thing. Every time he has ever gotten drunk, he has flooded my phone with hundreds and hundreds of abusive text messages, with tens of abusive voicemails, and and he's called me repeatedly, and if I am in a situation where I can answer my phone, I've been verbally abused. And so those are my clues into whether or not...
You're trying to talk him up into a best case scenario where he doesn't get drunk and abuse you. I mean, how healthy can this relationship be if you're trying to talk him up to that level of behavior?
Well, tell me if you agree with this, because this is the list that I gave him. I'm going through and looking for it. This is the list that I gave him. I have it. Okay, so on, let me see, hang on.
No sweat.
Okay, so on July 19th, I sent him, actually July 19th at 4:27 p.m., I sent him this letter, this message, and I said, for 3 months, starting on July 19th, which was the day that I sent it, no getting drunk, no calling me or my family and friends' names, no threats to me or my friends and family, no yelling at me, no repetitive messages or calls, no messages before 8 a.m. and after 10 p.m. ever, no getting an attitude if or when I don't text or call back, no accusing me of cheating, no nasty voicemails, and I said no nasty messages from your friends or from your friends' phones. And so I said, so I said, you have to do these for 3 months. You have to follow this for 3 months. And I said, and if you follow this for 3 months, starting today, then I'll come down on October 19th. That is his birthday. I'll come down and spend that time with you, and I'll pay to do it. I said, but if you violate it and it has to start over, then I'm not going to pay to come down. And so it ended up getting violated, and so we are now at the 2-week point. So it's been.
So you're saying that he's already broken the rules?
Twice or 2 or 3 times.
Okay, let me tell you the problems that I see that I have with that arrangement, and then I'll tell you
But
the
I
third
thought,
problem I
hold
have.
on, real quick. I thought that list was brilliant because it encompasses everything that he does that is abusive. I figured.
Well, here's the problem with it. The list is fine in the sense that it's an exemplary template for how every man should act all the time anyway. Now, the problem with the situation is threefold. The first problem with it is that if he's the kind of guy that you have to give an ultimatum to in order to get him to stop doing those things, that's a bad guy. He should never have done any of those things to start with. And the fact that he has multiple times, and that it's enough of a pattern of behavior that you have to draw up an arrangement with him to get him to stop doing those things is very, very troubling. That's the first problem. Here's the second. When you tell a child that he needs to be good because if he's not good, Santa Claus won't come, you're teaching that child that good behavior is that rewards are a function of good behavior, that desirable outcomes are a function of good behavior. Okay, but the child is not doing the good behavior because he wants to be intrinsically good. He's only doing it to get the reward. He's doing it for the wrong reason. His focus is in the wrong place. Now, with a kid, it's fine. This is how we teach good behavior in children until they're old enough where we can communicate the meta reasons for why good behavior is so important. But when you're dealing with a grown man and you have to offer him an incentive, then in addition to the problem I just outlined before, he's not doing it for the right reasons. He should want to not be verbally abusive because being verbally abusive is a terrible thing for a man to be, especially to a woman. He should want to give up drinking because it makes him a worse person and it puts him and other people in danger. Okay? And to give him this ultimatum is to not only subtly reinforce that action reward dynamic that's so wonky, it's out of place. It's completely broken for this to be the basis on which a grown man learns to behave properly. But as long as you are the reason he's doing those things, you'll be the reason that he breaks the rules. Right? If things go south, well, then he's back to drinking and being abusive again.
Now, what do you mean I'll be the reason he breaks the rules?
Because the health of your relationship with him, the tone of the relationship of your relationship with him will be the nexus for whether or not he does the things he needs to do to improve. When a person is looking to affect an inner change, an inward change, a personal change to become a better person, if the motivation is not the intrinsic value and worth of being a better person, then it's misplaced. And it's especially dangerous when the impetus for that change is a relationship with another person. Because if things, say you're to have a bad stretch in your relationship with him, right? Well, that could demotivate him, and it could trigger him to go and drink to excess or to pursue these behaviors that he seems to have a hard time not doing in a way that's especially excessive or dangerous. This is why situations where a person is working to give up a vice or a bad tendency or a bad habit to please another person rarely works out because the motivation is wrong to start with. Do you see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
I have 2 questions. Thing one is, would you call him an alcoholic?
Well, I can't make a determination like that based on the clinical definition for what an alcoholic is. I just don't have the insight. That's an evaluation that requires a level of access that I don't have with him, and I'm not his therapist, so it's not my place to say. He certainly exhibits that tendency. He certainly exhibits. There seems to be a thematic proclivity on his part to drink to excess. I think the odds are that he's an alcoholic. I think I would be more surprised to learn that he's not one.
Now, how would you define alcoholic?
Well, an alcoholic is broadly speaking just a person for whom alcohol is inappropriately or unhealthily significant part of their lives. It can take many forms. It can be some people. We have what we call functional alcoholics, which is to say somebody who can carry on the day-to-day activities of a normal life, such as working a job and having a social life and that sort of thing. But in order for them to feel normal or to feel comfortable in their own skin, they have to consume an excessive amount of alcohol. Broadly speaking, there are two types of alcoholics: alcoholism, alcohol abuse, and alcohol dependence. So that what I've just described would be someone who is alcohol dependent. Someone who abuses alcohol is, say, somebody who specifically drinks to excess because they enjoy the feeling of being out of control, and they enjoy exhibiting the behavior that a person does when they've consumed to excess. There's a lot of times it's not a clean division. These are arbitrary distinctions that we make. So lots of people exhibit tendencies of both. Based on what I know about Lorne, I think there are tendencies toward both, which is to say he drinks frequently, the last 2 weeks notwithstanding. In other words, the drinking is a part of his regular routine. So there's a dependence there. There seems to be a dependence there. But he drinks to excess, and that's the abuse part. That's the abuse component of it. And, of course, when he drinks to excess and then he becomes abusive and violent, verbally violent, and possibly physically violent. We don't know. I don't know. So
he said he wouldn't be.
He said he would be.
He said he wouldn't be. He said he would not hit me.
Well, of course he said that. I would say that too if I were trying to get you to come see me. Yeah, that doesn't really. I mean, you have to look at his behavior and his tendencies and his past actions. He kept getting mad at me for making reference to past mistakes he's made. But the reason I keep doing that is because I'm trying to establish a character here, a character sketch, and the way that you do that is by looking at consistent patterns of behavior and evaluating them and that sort of thing, and that's what I was doing with him. So I don't know if he meets the clinical definition for what an alcoholic is, but his behavior is certainly moving in that direction, and it certainly wouldn't surprise me if, upon being evaluated, the determination were made that he's an alcoholic.
Now, so now, I know you said that he leans, or that you lean toward believing that he is an alcoholic, but I mean, he has not had a drink in 2 weeks. I mean, it's like...
Well, look, AA gives out awards for going a year without drinking. I'm not... before you can go a year without drinking, you got to go 2 weeks. I'm not completely disregarding the significance of going 2 weeks without alcohol, but people do that all the time. Alcoholics do that all the time. That doesn't necessarily mean anything at all. And I might add that you don't know that he's gone 2 weeks. I think it's admirable that you want to trust him, that you want to believe you can trust him, but it's perhaps a little naive at the same time. If all you have to go on is his word, and he's proven to be unreliable in the past, I'm not sure how much weight that holds.
I mean, I will say, based on the fact that I have not gotten angry voicemails and abusive texts and repeated calls, Honestly, if he is drinking, I would say he's probably having somebody hold his phone because his
Yeah,
behavior in the last 2 weeks does not suggest that he's had any drinks to me.
I don't know if you know this or not, but there are apps you can get for your phone that will shut down the text feature for in between certain hours, and they're made specifically for people who have a tendency to send drunk texts. So,
Is that
I mean,
for real? But I will say this again in his defense that he has what he calls it like a burn phone, where it's like just a regular just flip phone, and because his probation officer has his phone, so he just has like a regular like throwaway type phone, and so I don't think he even knows what an app is, so he can't
maybe
get.
maybe not. I don't know. All I'm saying is that you have to look at all possible options, all possibilities, and you have to do it in the light of what you know about him. I mean, this is true of any relationship, and it's especially advantageous for him, or potentially could be, for there to be so much physical distance between the two of you, because you really don't have any way of knowing. But I would say that even if he has been clean for 2 weeks, that doesn't carry a whole lot of weight in terms of being able to look at the situation and say that this person has had a real sea change in terms of the way they behave or live and that sort of thing. I mean, 2 weeks is not a long time, and I would add again. I mean, I'll remind you of something I said earlier, which is that in order for him to have stopped drinking, he has to have started first. And I'm not terribly impressed with a guy for whom no longer abusing his girlfriend verbally is an accomplishment. I would prefer that you be with someone who never abused you verbally to start with. And I think you deserve that. And I think that you need to believe that for yourself. I mean, it's fine for me I can tell you that, but ultimately you've got to determine that that's true for yourself. And it won't be something that's actionable, something that you can actually act on until you believe it. I think you deserve better than what this guy can offer you at his best, and I don't think you've gotten anything close to his best. Does that make sense?
Now I have a question though. Okay, so I did say the 3 month thing, and we're 2.5 weeks. Oh, now I'm echoing.
And I would point out something that you told me a few minutes ago as well that I meant to discuss earlier, but then we got off track, which is that he's already violated the terms of this arrangement you made. You said he's already done it. He's already broken the rules multiple times. Now, he may have been good and clean for the last 2 weeks, but even in the presence of an incentive, he's shown an inability to adhere to the parameters of the agreement. That's very troubling.
Now,
it says that he doesn't have any impulse control.
Now, my question now is, okay, so we're 2 weeks into this next 3 months thing. So 3 months started on, so we're 2 weeks into it. So 3 months started again on on the 27th of July. Yeah, I think that's it. So that's 1, and then 2.
It's
yeah.
14, 4 plus, so it's, 14.
So today makes, for me, technically Friday. Today makes 15 days, but technically 2 weeks if you go based on like it being Thursday. So, but so 15 weeks or 15 days, 2 weeks. So we're 2 weeks into the 3 months. So now, going based on that, so what was it, July 27th? So, August, September, October. So we're looking at, so July, August, September, October. So we're looking at the weekend of the 27th, me coming down now, assuming that, he doesn't get drunk or anything in that time, do you think it is possible that he's going to be able to go another 2.5 months? Because that's the arrangement where we're at now.
No, I don't think it's possible. But even if it were possible, I would say it's immaterial in terms of whether you should go and see him.
You think he's going to get drunk in this 2.5 months?
Yeah, if I were putting money on it, of course.
Really?
Have you ever known him not to get drunk in a 3-month span?
No.
There you go. So.
But why would you say it's immaterial? But I am shocked at that, though, that you don't think he could do it. But why do you say it's immaterial?
Candidly, I love the word candid. I use it all the time. So candidly, because if I had the promise of a beautiful girl like you coming to visit me on her dime, I would stop drinking for 3 months too. But that's not a reason to do it. That's not a good reason to do it. If that's the only reason he's doing it, that's a bad reason. You see what I'm saying?
But how do we know that he's not doing it for himself and that he's not?
Because he would have done it already. Why hasn't he done it already? That's why. Because if it's something that he genuinely understood to be a good thing and a positive thing that he should do, he wouldn't have those problems. He would already have dealt with these. 47 years old. He's had his whole life to get himself together, and he still hasn't done it.
Because, I think he's doing it for himself and not because of his probation officer.
Then why didn't he do it before? Why is he 47 and still having to work these issues out for himself?
Well, because, his...
The older we get, the harder it is for us to change. And I think there's a point of no return for every person, and it's different for every person. But I'd say if somebody at the age of 47 is still exhibiting the same dangerous, unhealthy, self-destructive, abusive behavior they've always exhibited, and what hangs in the balance in compelling them to change is your well-being, that's not a good bet for you under any circumstances. You see what I'm saying? In other words, you're an awful lot is riding on Lorne finally getting it right at 47 when he's never been able to get it right before. Now, if I was a basketball player and I took 100 shots and I missed them all, and the game was on the line, and you're the coach, and you've got one last play to run, and if we make the shot, we win, and if we miss the shot, we lose, and I missed the last 100 shots, are you going to give me the ball?
No, but here's the thing, though.
Probably not.
If, and again, I don't have reason to believe this is why he's doing it. You might think differently. I don't know, but I think maybe it's that he needed a push, and I think he got the push because, to make a long story short, his probation officer found out that he was still drinking, and that was one of the terms of his release, is that he's not supposed to be drinking, and she found out that he was still drinking, and he was given...
do you understand that none of these things you're telling me do him any favors in terms of convincing me that this is a good bet for you?
No, but hear this though. Okay, so she oh, sorry.
His own probation wasn't enough to keep him clean. His relationship with you doesn't seem to be enough to keep him clean. This guy's not going to get clean.
But here's why it could be different. So she, long story short, she found out that he's still drinking, and she made him sign a paper saying that he won't have any drinks or any alcohol. He can't even have NyQuil. He can't go in a bar. He can't be around alcohol at all whatsoever. And I think he said for the next 4 weeks or 4 months. I can't remember. 4 weeks. 4 6 out, but I can't remember if it was 4 weeks or 4 months. She said that she, meaning her probation officer team or whatever, can stop by his house any minute, up to 4 times a day. So maybe that's where I got 4. But no, I think it was 6 months. Okay, I think it was 6 months. He can't have any. He can't have any alcohol. He can't even have NyQuil. He can't. I mean, he probably can't even have Listerine. And that's for the next 6 months. Not being in any bars or around anyone drinking. And she said that they can stop in his house up to 4 times a day at any time and breathalyze him and take him to jail if he's violated it. And maybe that was the push he needed.
If that's what he needs, all of those. Listen to what you say. All of these conditions, all of these measures that law enforcement has to take, because he just won't stop doing it. And you're trying to establish all these conditions for him, and these incentives and ultimatums, and this is indicative of a deep problem, of a deep personal issue that he has with alcohol. And professionally, as a therapist, I have to say, of course, it's possible for anyone to change, and he needs to get there. But if my concern is your well-being and your safety, what I'm looking at is a guy who just can't stop doing it. And there's no way that I can recommend that as a safe or positive, healthy situation for you to be in. And that is to say nothing of the other aspects of it. Because when he gets drunk, he becomes abusive. Verbally, that you know of. What is the line between verbal abuse and physical abuse? When you're drunk, everything's blurry, right? Including the line between verbal abuse and physical abuse. And all of that is to say nothing of the fact that he has clearly some sexual issues. He's a convicted sex offender. He's someone who, in doing my research on him, I learned that that there were other girls that he talked to during the same time period.
I have a question about the registered sex offender, because he and I had talked the other day, and I don't know how much you know as far as like the law is concerned and that kind of thing. But we were talking to that girl. I don't know, honestly. I don't know if he and her are still friends. Her name is Ember, and she played a role in me meeting him. But I don't know if they're still friends. They're like friends off and on. Like one week they're friends, the next week they hate each other. So I have no clue where they stand. But we were talking to her, and he and I were talking to her, and we were talking about my friend, the surgeon who you know of. He has a brother who is he has his doctorate. He's a doctor, a medical doctor, and a lawyer, and that's because he takes on medical cases, so he has to understand it. Long story, he's explained it. It's insane the amount of degrees that the guy has, but he's also a lawyer, and Lorne had came up with the idea that maybe he could like file, I don't know, an appeal or something, basically. And me, him, and Ember were talking about if we could appeal with this lawyer, and it probably wouldn't be this one, only because since that's the doctor's brother, he would really I don't think the doctor would appreciate him doing that for us, and plus it would be like the doctor doing a favor for a friend on his behalf, or on her behalf, on his behalf, either way. But anyway, or not the doctor, the lawyer rather. But basically, filing an appeal to get Lorne taken off of the sex offender registry. Could that happen? And so he wouldn't be a registered sex offender at that point.
I don't know. I'm not an expert on the law and on a situation like that. I can't speak to it with any authority. I will say that the legal standing is less important to me than his actions that prompted the legal standing. In other words, what changes about Lorne constitutionally if he's no longer legally required to register as a sex offender? Does it change the fact that he tried to pursue what he thought was a 13-year-old girl? Does it change the fact that he clearly has a predilection for younger girls? Does it change the fact... when I was reading this chat log, when I was doing my research on him, on his case, he talks about his nieces in very inappropriate ways. I don't know if you're familiar with the chat log.
I skimmed through it, but I don't think he, ever, had an attraction to him.
Well, I'm not, it's not my place to say definitively one way or the other, but there certainly seems to be a tendency on his part to have an interest in young girls. And I would say that continues to this day, and the evidence of that is that you're almost half his age. And when you combine this present situation with what we know about him in the past and his behavior and the things he said, this chat log was a compelling read. It was he goes to great efforts to manipulate what he thought was a child, and he's obsessed with her private parts, and he talks about all these things that he's going to do to her, and it's really disturbing. But he seems to have a real sexual urge to pursue youth.
But could it be that he just needed a friend?
No. As I said, I don't know to what extent you're familiar with the conversation he had with this person, with the person that he thought was a 13-year-old girl. It turned out to be an agent, a decoy, an actress that was pretending to be this 13-year-old girl. But he, no, there's nothing in that conversation that the same night that he started talking to this person for the first time, he sent her pictures of his penis, which he proceeded to do. The same night, yes, ma'am. And he proceeded to do that every night of the conversation, which lasted, or every night of the ongoing dialogue with this person, which lasted over a month. Every night, hundreds of pictures of his penis. And he talked about the things he was going to do to her, and talked about making her perform oral sex on him, and asked her if he could. I believe that he talked about he said he wanted to take pictures of them naked together, and he wanted to take pictures of his penis inside her vagina, and really disturbing stuff, and certainly, not the kinds of things that are just troubling to say the least. These are the things that as I said, if you don't know these things about him, then maybe this is shining some new light on him from your perspective, and that's good.
I honestly did not know. I honestly didn't know he sent pictures every night. I didn't know it was that many pictures.
Oh yeah. And asked her to do the same for him. Wanted to. He was going to buy her a camera. I know that. I don't remember. I looked at the police summary. I don't remember if he brought her a camera or not, but his intent was to she didn't have a camera on her computer at her house. So his intent was to bring her a camera so that she could then send him naked pictures. These are all things he said in the chat. So it was very, and as I said, he talked about his nieces in, I don't want to say outright inappropriately, but suggestively. I'll put it that way. He talked about how his nieces, he wanted his nieces wanted him to buy them sexy shorts, and he agreed, and it made him feel good that they asked him to do that. Really, very disturbing. And these are the kinds of things that. So he like when he was on the phone with us, he got mad because I keep bringing these things up. But when you hear these things and you read these things, how can you not? I mean, this is a pattern of behavior. These aren't things that a person does extemporaneously or as whimsy. These are things that are indicative of a consistent and established thought process. So that's very telling. That kind of information is very important when we're evaluating a person's tendencies and behavior, things like this. These are important things, and it doesn't matter that they happened 10 years ago, because 47? So 10 years ago he was 37. So he's still a grown man, and certainly should have some level of self-possession, and he is therefore obviously culpable for his actions. He did his time, I understand that, but none of that. I'm not concerned about any of that. I'm concerned about behavior. I'm concerned about tendencies in behavior and themes and actions and behaviors that repeat themselves, that manifest themselves over and over again. If I had to speculate, I'd say he still has some of those same unresolved sexual issues. Now, he says he's seeing a therapist, and maybe he is, and maybe that therapist is helping him work through those things, and that would be fine for him if that's the case. But my responsibility is to you. And what I'm telling you is that it doesn't benefit you to be in limbo in this relationship with this guy who may or may not be getting better, who may or may not be legitimately and diligently and sincerely working on the issues to get better. But, worst case, he's not going to get any better. And obviously that's a disaster for you. Best case, maybe he'll get better someday. But where does that leave you? You've got to wait. And in the meantime, continue to be in a dysfunctional relationship with a guy who's almost twice your age, who's not established financially, doesn't have any prospects in that regard, couldn't provide for you. It's great that you can provide for yourself, but what if you have to provide for him too? It's a good deal for him, but it's a terrible situation for you. And that's to say nothing of all the risk there is for emotional abuse, and heaven forbid if there's some recidivism on his part in terms of him falling back into bad behavior regarding children and his sexual proclivities for children. So
now, I'll be honest, I don't think too often about, I don't know if he thinks that I do, but I really don't think too often about his charge. I've just completely blocked it out of my head. And
well, that's bad. That's bad. The first question I'd ask you there is, why did you block it out of your head?
Because
You're thinking about it disturbing, right?
Because what you said?
Because thinking about it too much is disturbing. It's uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's disturbing. It's uncomfortable, and I don't know how to justify it, so I just don't think about it ever. I just ignore it and just pretend like he didn't do it.
Well, we have a term for that in the field of psychology. It's called denial. And it's one of the most dangerous things that a person can do for their mental health. The worst thing that you can do is ignore troubling behavior, red flags, as though they aren't there, as though they don't exist.
But
that is a recipe for disaster. I'll tell you right now.
But since I don't know how to justify it,
you can't justify it.
And so that's why I don't think about it. I pretend like it never happened.
That's denial. That's denial. You're trying to pretend that reality doesn't exist. And one of two things is going to happen, because there's an energy that goes along with that. When you repress your concern for those things and you pretend those things don't exist, it's not like they actually go away. Excuse me. They just sort of sit dormant in your subconscious, but they've got to be dealt with. And if you don't deal with them at the conscious level, eventually they manifest themselves when you least expect it. And by the time they do, they've almost grown in power. They become organisms unto themselves. I don't know if that makes sense for you. You've got to be able to deal with those things head on. You are too young and too smart and too beautiful, and you have too much potential and too much to offer the world to limit yourself by keeping yourself in an unhealthy relationship where you have to pretend that aspects of this guy don't exist while he continues to engage in behavior that is not only self-destructive but dangerous for you, emotionally and mentally for sure.
But could it be like the redeeming quality or the redeeming factor for him, based on having this chat with the kid, is that he kind of like how I block it out and like I completely forget about it and don't think about it and pretend like it didn't happen? Could it be like he forgot about it and pretended that she wasn't 13, that maybe she was, 20 or something?
Well, that's basically never the case when it comes to hebophiles, which is technically how we would classify Lorne.
You said hebephile?
Yeah, the term pedophile gets used a lot, but the term pedophile clinically actually refers to somebody who's attracted to much younger children, somebody who's attracted to children at the teenage. Someone who's 13, for example, is clinically classified. The term is hebephile. It's really an artificial distinction, basically. I mean, it doesn't change the severity of the condition, but it's almost never the case that's the impetus for the continued behavior. And in Lorne's case, it's certainly not the case, because reading the chat log, it's pretty clear that he is sexually drawn to younger girls, in the case of the chat, to prepubescent or just pubescent girls. But this is an established pattern of behavior. He talks at one point in the chat log about another kid, and he calls her a kid in the chat log. I'm not injecting that term. That's the word he used.
He did what?
Talked about there's a portion in the chat log where he had not Facebook. What was the website before Facebook was popular? MySpace.
MySpace.
He had a MySpace. Yes. He had a MySpace page, and she looked at his MySpace page, and she noticed that there was another kid, like 12, 13, the same age range that she purported to be. And she asked him about this other kid that he had on his MySpace page, and he said, "Oh, she was my girlfriend before you." So,
what?
Yes, ma'am. So, Kayla, as he knew her in the chat during this thing, wasn't even the first teenage girl that he considered his girlfriend and pursued on the internet. And because this was a real girl, it wasn't a sting, so we don't have any record of what he may have said to her, pictures that he may have sent to her, grooming tactics that he may have tried to use on her.
Now,
so Kayla wasn't the first.
Oh, gosh. Well, I mean, I know that sounds really bad, because that kind of gives credence to the idea that it's a pattern, but could it be that, like, that was, like, his girlfriend, kind of like, let me give you an example, kind of like how, like, okay, like, how, okay, well, I have the example, I have the perfect example. Okay, me and my cousins, when we were kids, my cousins, neighbor, like and it was like the guy who lived like a couple houses down was kind of friendly with the mom, but kind of disinterested, not really interested in them because they were kids. But like my cousin liked him, and he was, and like she was like 6 or 7 at the time, and he was like 28, which seemed like ancient back then. And she used to, his name began with a J, but I can't remember what it was, like Julius or something like that. I don't remember, but she used to say that was her boyfriend. That was like, that could be like what Lorne would, like, like that was her boyfriend. I don't think he ever called her his girlfriend, but she used to say, "Oh yeah, that's my man. My man is 28 years old. He's so cute." But like that could be like with what Lorne was doing, though, like simple and innocent like that.
You're saying the cousin was 6 or 7 when she was doing this.
Yeah, she was, like she had thought he was cute, and she used to call him her boyfriend.
Yeah, it's very, very common for a child to develop a crush on an adult, because that's the age when children are just coming into the very rudimentary aspects of recognizing the differences between men and women, and of course they are exploring these things, and we have all these social models from which they draw context, marriages and things like this. No, that's not the same thing at all. This is what we're talking about here is a grown man who is preying on children because he's looking for an element of absolute control, and an emotional malleability that isn't generally found in adults, and that's a huge part of the appeal for most pedophiles. I have to say, I want to say something to you candidly, and I want you to try to hear this, okay? What we've been doing for the last hour is that you've been trying to justify indefensible aspects of who Lorne is. And I have to tell you that...
Indispensable?
Indefensible.
Oh, indefensible.
Which is to say there's no... Indefensible, yeah. Which is to say there's no justification for them. There are no mitigating factors that you can parse into the situation to say this behavior is acceptable or understandable because of thus and such. And I have to be candid with you and tell you that it's an unhealthy dynamic I'm seeing here on your part. You're trying everything you can to defend this man's behavior and rationalize it so that it's okay. Because you are smart enough to understand that it needs to be okay in order for you to stay with him. You are smart enough to understand that if he is a pedophile, if he is an alcoholic, and if he is an abuser, those things aren't okay, and you can't stay with him. So you're trying to rationalize these things to make those things okay so that you can stay with him. And what I'm telling you is that it's ultimately your decision whether you stay with him or not. But you need to know that if you stay with him, you're staying with a man who has these issues that are not okay and are not good for you.
But that,
And it sounds to me like you've got a lot of viable alternatives right around you. I want to press you again here, and I know we discussed this briefly earlier when Lorne was on the phone with us, but I want to ask you, what is it about him that you're fighting to preserve here? I mean, if you had to articulate in 1 or 2 sentences what it is that makes this relationship seem to be worth fighting for from your vantage point, I want to know what you would say to that.
Well, admittedly, and I do have to admit, every time I have ever called him, he has picked up the phone, and I mean that's not to say that other. Say again.
Availability.
Well, I mean that's not to say that other friends of mine. I mean, because like I have a lot of friends who do that, but I mean that's something I've noticed about him, you know, and like I said, I will say other friends have done that, but, you know, he does that. I do, you know, I do enjoy having a good laugh with him.
Yeah.
He, he does have a great sense of humor. I mean, he really does. I've said that many times, and I'll continue saying it. He's got a great sense of humor. And,
Well, I have a great sense of humor too. I mean, that's, you know, if that's your, I mean, there's got to be, you know, go to a nightclub and catch a stand-up act and get it. You know, I mean, a sense of humor is very important for women, especially. It's a huge attraction indicator for women. It's part of the female psychology, but that's not hard. I mean, to my way of thinking, that's not. Ask yourself this question: is that a solid foundation for a relationship? He's funny, makes you laugh. I can put up with him getting drunk and abusing me, and maybe looking at the little 13-year-old girl playing across the street because he makes me laugh. He doesn't, you know, I can put up with him sleeping in again today while I went to work because he doesn't have a job, and I got to go bust my butt to make this mortgage payment this month. But he don't have a good joke for me when I come home. Does that make sense to you?
well, you say it like that. Well,
when I say it like that, in other words, when I describe it exactly as it is, it doesn't add up, does it? It's not a very good reason to stay in a relationship, is it?
Well,
and in the meantime, you've got all these suitors right around you, and no shortage of options. You're a beautiful girl. You're successful. You're the whole package. You've got everything going for you, and you can take your pick. Well, what on earth would keep you attached to this loser? I hope that doesn't offend you too much for me to say that. But I just got to call it like I see it, and I'm speaking off the record here. I'm not even charging you for this time, or charging your parents for this time. I'm just speaking to you as a friend now, and I'm here to be a friend to you. I can help you make the transition.
I do appreciate that so much.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
but like,
it doesn't have to be all clinical. You know, like I said, I'm willing to continue to work with you and help you transition out of this even after our professional relationship is ended.
okay, I have a question. Okay, so you say that, like, or not you, but like in therapy, like one of your guys' favorite terms to use is red flags. Now, I'm going to say this. Why, like, I mean, okay, I'll word it like this, okay? Let's just say that, you know, Lorne is like the world's, let's just say he were the world's biggest alcoholic, pedophile, abuser, or verbally abusive. You know,
Okay.
but the verbally abusive is over that, like, but let's just say he was like the world's like biggest like pedophile alcoholic. If he changes, or if he doesn't do those things anymore, then is it bad if I'm with him?
I will say, I do say and am saying candidly, I love saying candidly, that if there came a time where you found yourself to be available and somebody like Lorne, who had truly made a sea change in terms of his behavior, more importantly, in terms of his psychology, which is the, we're talking about behavior is the effect. What we're really concerned about is the cause. And this is why I say that it's not terribly significant to me if he goes 2 weeks or 3 months or a year without drinking, because all he's doing is modifying his behavior at that point. And what I'm concerned with is the cause behind it, the psychology, the root issues that compel him to the behavior. What I would want for you is not a guy who can say no to the alcohol every day when it tempts him, but a guy who's not tempted by it in the first place. And it's possible for Lorne to get to that point in his life. I won't say it's terribly likely, only because the older we get, the more set in our ways we become, and the more established our psychology is, and the harder it is to change behavior or change the roots of behavior. More importantly, I would say that's the best case scenario. That's the best version of Lorne that you can hope for. In the best case, in the best scenario, that's what you're getting with Lorne. And in that best case, you still have to contend with the fact that he's almost twice your age, that he doesn't have a job, that he doesn't have any money, which means no stability. And as we said before, it's not about the money, but it's about his ability to provide for you. It's about and to be self-sufficient and to not have to rely on you to make those provisions. You need to think about the possibility that you would want to have a family someday and have children with a guy who's going to be 50. And, these are all things that you have to consider.
But can't guys reproduce at like any age? I mean, look at Hugh Hefner.
Sure. You want a 70-year-old teaching your teenager how to drive? And all of that is to say nothing of the fact that, and I'm just going to be very candid with you here because the word candid is my favorite word. But also honest communication is my favorite kind of communication, more importantly. And I'm just going to be honest with you here. Given his predilection toward young girls, I would be concerned about having daughters. And I know that that's probably not easy for you to hear, but I've got to call it as it is, as the way that I see it. And that is, unfortunately, something we see a lot of. As in family counseling, I've seen that exact situation manifests itself numerous times, and I have colleagues who specialize in those kinds of cases because they're so prevalent. To think of somebody who shows a clear predilection for children, somebody who has those tendencies, to think of that person having a child of their own. We both know that that sort of heinous abuse happens all the time in families, and that is a long-term concern that I would be a foremost concern for me.
Now, what did he say in his conversation about his nieces that concerned you?
Well, there were a number of things. I've got my notes here. Let me grab my notepad here. These are the notes that I wrote for myself when I was, obviously I didn't read the whole thing, but fortunately we live in this age of technology where, if I see, he mentions his niece, one of his nieces almost immediately. So from there, it was just a matter of doing a word search through the rest of the document to find all the places where he talks about his nieces. I didn't have to read the whole chat log to do it. But one of the first things he says to her is, he introduces himself to her, and she tells him that she's 13. And he says, well, you can talk to me. I'm safe to talk to. I have nieces your age. So right away, he's making the connection. He's drawing a correlation between her and her and his nieces, right? And it's only a few minutes later that he starts talking about how pretty she is. She has pictures on her chat profile, whatever it is, and he's able to see them. And right away, he starts talking about how pretty she is. So, what can we infer from those two things? there's a connection there. The connection is that he seems to associate beauty and attractiveness with youth and innocence, right? That's the first part. The second part is that he doesn't seem to be able to make the distinction between family members and people who he's not related to when observing those characteristics, those qualities that he's attracted to.
Now, would it be okay? But like, here's the thing. Like, okay, like let's say I was in this store, and I was talking to just a random stranger because I do that all the time. And let's say that she was a lady who was 60 years old, and I'm talking to her, and I'm like, and she's like, yeah, I just turned 60. I'm like, oh, you're my mom's age. Like if something like that. Like, would that would be like, I have two nieces your age. Well, yeah, like me and the lady in the store. Well, yeah, my mom's your age. Like, just
sure. In a vacuum, there's right. Simply remarking to one person, "Hey, you're the same age as my family member." No, that in itself is not troubling. What's troubling is that he makes a connection right away between Kayla, and the nieces, which is to say that he sees some parallels between the two, and he conflates them, right? He puts them all in the same set, in the same class in his mind. To then immediately proceed to advance on Kayla sexually indicates that this is the way. In other words, when he talks about his nieces in the same way that he talks about Kayla, what he's saying is, this is how I see 13-year-old girls.
And that girl was like his niece, right?
Right. No, the girl, the one he said was his girlfriend?
Well, the girl Kayla in the chat, he saw her like a niece, right?
I don't know that I would frame it exactly that way. I would say rather that he saw his nieces the way he saw all other 13-year-old girls. He didn't make the distinction in terms of evaluating their appeal to him simply on the basis of whether they were familial. So he sees them all the same way, if that makes any sense. If they're young and pretty and, petite, whatever it is. I looked at some of the pictures of the decoy, and she's blonde and very petite and very girlish. I mean, she looks like a child. And this was one of the things that was particularly disturbing, is that this is not, some 13-year-olds look older. And, you know how that is. I mean, kids develop differently in some 13. But this is one of the things that I read as I was doing research on this, is that the producers of that television show that were in league with the people that were pretending to be the girl, it's an organization, and they deliberately always chose pictures that made it clear that were obvious, in which the subjects were obviously children. You see what I'm saying? So that there's no, well, she doesn't look 13. Sometimes a 13-year-old doesn't look 13. But these pictures, these children, she looks like a child. There's no, it's not ambiguous at all. So, anyway, so I say all that to say that he seems to have some difficulty making the distinction. Well, this one is off limits because it's family. When he talks about his nieces, and he says, he wants to treat her. I'll put it like this: he wants to treat her the same way that he treats his nieces. He makes that clear. Hey, you're the guy. You can talk to me. I have two nieces your age. You're safe with me. I'm going to treat you the same way I treat my nieces. Right? Well, an hour later, he's sending pictures of his penis to her and asking her to masturbate for him.
Asking her what?
So, asking her to masturbate for him. No, he's hung up on in the chat. There are several places where he wants her to masturbate for him. He teaches her how to do it, gives her step-by-step instructions on how to masturbate, wants her to tell him how it feels, that sort of thing. And then he instructs her to pretend that her fingers are his penis and to imagine that her fingers are his penis and that sort of thing. This is what I mean, if you didn't know these things, then you need to know them. And these are the kinds of things I'm talking about. These kinds of things are the reason why your parents are so concerned, and why your brothers are concerned, and all your family members, and why I'm concerned for you. And there's no defense for any of these things. I think you can agree with that. That there are no circumstances that he can point to that would make you say, oh, well, then it's understandable that you sent pictures of your penis to this girl because you had this problem or you had that problem.
Well, I mean, my whole thing was, like, I told myself two things about that. Is that, okay, well, he did the whole thing with the 13-year-old because, he was really lonely, and he had blocked out her age. Like, he had told himself that she was, like 18 or something. And also,
we don't see that. We don't see that in the chat log at all. He very clearly was attracted to her because of her age, and that was a point of attraction for him.
But, like, my question is, like, why would he be attracted to her? Like, okay, so she's 13. Why would he be attracted to her? But then also, like, I know he had liked a girl when he was in his 20s. And also, like, he likes me, and I'm around that girl's age that he had liked. So, I mean, like, why would he like adult women as well?
Well, there are a lot of things to say about that. In the first place, relatively few pedophiles are exclusively attracted to children. There's something about the child that is compelling, and there are lots of reasons for that. I think I can speak with some insight to Lorne's, but very rarely most pedophiles aren't exclusively attracted to children. So there's a spectrum there. The other thing is that a lot of people who struggle with pedophilia know that it's wrong, or at the very least know that it's socially taboo. So they try to have relationships with, a lot of the show, in the TV show that he got the sting was on, that he was arrested on. A lot of the people, the men who showed up to these stings, were married with families. Some of them married because it's a social convention, because they are trying to have a normal life, whatever else. Some of them just because pedophilia is not always an exclusive preference. To say that if somebody's attracted to children, they can't also be attracted to adults. That makes sense?
Can he get that, like, so since he's in therapy, can he now be taught to think straight and properly?
It's possible. I'll say that it's possible. I'll say that Lorne doesn't strike me, and based on what I had seen of him before, and based on the conversation that I had with him tonight, Lorne doesn't strike me as someone who's tremendously self-aware or tremendously capable of deep or complex thought. And I will say that a person who's working to overcome those appetites, those sexual appetites, it takes a tremendous amount of self-awareness and humility. It doesn't seem to be Lorne's strong suit at all. In fact, what I hear from him is a consistent tendency to want to deflect responsibility for his actions. He'll tell you that, yeah, I did thus and such, and I take responsibility for it, but there's always a but. But you don't know the whole story, he said to me. And you said something to me in the session that we did with your parents the other day to the effect of, he will sometimes, he almost always has a reason, some circumstance in his life that compelled him to do the thing that he did.
Well, I do want to say this, and I mean, I don't know if you're going to give credence to this, but I do want to say when I hope he wouldn't mind me saying this, but when it comes to the whole TV show thing that you found out about in the chat and everything. And by the way, I don't know if my parents even know that there is a chat log. Do they know, and have they read it?
We discussed it. I don't know that they've read it. I did refer them to it. I mean, I told them where they can find it.
Oh, God.
Your mother seemed to be particularly interested in getting a hold. She said, well, she seemed to have an ambivalence toward it, which is to say that she was interested in seeing it, but I warned her that it is very graphic and very disturbing at points. But I don't know that they've seen it. I can ask when I speak with them tomorrow, but that may be something you want to discuss with them. It sounds to me like you may want to spend some more time with the chat log yourself.
I don't want to know anything that it says. I'm like, I don't think I should read it.
You may not want to know those things, but I think you need to know those things. And I think what you need supersedes what you want. It's not comfortable. It's not fun. But it's something that you need to know. You need to know for your sake. You need to know for the sake of anyone in his purview. These are things. This is. You've got to stop trying to deny the existence of these things. This is a troubling tendency that I'm observing in you, which is that you just don't want to look at the things that make you uncomfortable. And I'm telling you that that's very unhealthy. And that is always the nexus for a disaster in terms of when you're denying some very significant aspect of the person that you're linked with romantically or have an association with. No good can yield from doing that. You've got to face the truth in all of its uncomfortable detail and without a filter. It's the only way.
Well, what was told to me, and I accept this, I think, is okay. So right before the whole TV thing and whatnot, and I hope he wouldn't mind me telling you this, but I mean, I just want you to understand like where I'm coming from. So like what was told to me was right before that was that he had lived in well, I think you already know where he lives. He lives in Maine. So he had lived in Maine, surrounded by his family prior to this. And then what happened is his family used him. I think there was something about like he had done some work and like his sister was supposed to like give him some mac and cheese or something and she didn't, and then there was like something he was supposed to get like meatballs and he didn't, and
okay.
then there was I'm trying to think of what else. I'm trying to think of what else it was because I'm vegan. I don't eat this stuff unless it's vegan versions of it. But there was some kind of egg or something like that he was supposed to get for lending some money, and he didn't. And so his siblings had used him, and so then
they borrowed money from him, and they told him they'd give him macaroni and meatballs, and they didn't. And this is the nexus of his issues.
Yes,
he's blaming his issues on macaroni and meatballs.
Well, it was from what he told me. It was the principle of the thing that he was hurt that he was used, and it was the principle of the thing that people who he loved.
Okay, now let me ask you this: what behavior does that justify? Let's say
what happened is he had said that now, he had lent out so much money and everything, and now that he met this girl in the chat room, it was someone who was interested in him for reasons other than his money. And so that's how.
Ramona, you can't. So his justification justification for trying to rape a 13-year-old girl, and I say that because when an adult pursues a sexual liaison with a child, it meets the legal definition of rape. Legally, he tried to rape a 13-year-old girl.
Oh, that word's so strong. That word is so strong.
It is. I'm going to keep using it because you need to hear it that way. That's what happened.
Like when I think of rape, I think of violence, and he's always proclaimed that he's not violent.
Well, there are different kinds of violence. Manipulating an impressionable child who doesn't have the mental faculties to recognize and resist that manipulation constitutes mental violence. There are different ways, just in the same way that when he gets on the phone with you and calls you a bitch and yells at you, that's mental violence. That's from the recording that I heard. Remember, we talked about the recording that somebody sent your mother. That's how we talked about that earlier. Yeah, so
I didn't know that I did because there have been times when he's called me other things, but not that one because that word
like what? It doesn't matter. It's immaterial. The point that I'm making is
I was just going to say it's upsetting to me that my mom knows about that because back when I was 15, when I was 15, I had a boyfriend call me a bitch, and she just went crazy and never forgot it, and it was so disturbing to her. That's the one thing you don't call a woman to my mom.
I wouldn't either. I wouldn't forget it. If somebody called my daughter that at 15 or 25 or any other age, I wouldn't forget it either. I certainly wouldn't forgive it under any circumstances for any reason. But the point that I'm making in bringing it up here is that is a form of violence against you. That's a mental violence. It's verbal violence. It's abuse, right? When a 37-year-old man emotionally manipulates a 13-year-old girl into having sex with him, he is doing violence to her, mental violence. And it's the kind of thing that can destroy a child for the rest of her life. One of the worst, most damaging things you can do to a child is compel them into sexuality before they're prepared for it. And especially under the circumstances that he did it. So that is violence. So when he tells you that he hasn't been violent, he's lying. He may not understand that it's violence, but it is. And it meets the legal definition of rape, as I said, for those reasons. It's what we call statutory rape. There's a statute, which is a directive that outlines the parameters of what rape is and is not. And Lorne's behavior falls into that classification of attempted statutory rape. He didn't do it, so there was no 13-year-old girl, thankfully, but that was his intent. So he intended to commit this violence, this mental violence. And of course, we would say that that's a form of physical violence as well, had he committed the physical act for the same reasons. It's just the physical is just an extension of the mental violence that he'd already committed against her. So, to bring that back to, I forget just now exactly what we were talking about before we got off on the issue of rape. But
I have two questions that I just thought of. Say again?
Sure. I was just going to finish my thought from earlier, which is that, look, there is no justification for what he did. Okay? But this macaroni and meatballs thing is an incredibly weak attempt to justify it. If he had an excuse like, my parents abused me and I never developed a healthy understanding of what sex is, and that's why I like children, right? That's a common one. That's one that a lot of pedophiles use. That's not a justifiable, an adequate defense for the action. But it at least shows something, right? Saying that the reason that he tried to rape a 13-year-old girl in Nashville, or I think in Kentucky, because years before somebody said they were going to give him macaroni and meatballs and then they didn't, that is flimsy. That is ethereal. That has no I mean, that's weak. That's weakness upon weakness. And I hope that you can see through that. Can you? I mean, I understand that it's hard for you to look at this situation objectively because you feel like you have some connection to this person. But I hope you can see, just if you can separate yourself from your position and from your relation to the situation for a second and just see objectively what a weak defense that is. What if? Do you have any nieces or nephews?
Yes.
Okay. You have a niece?
Yes.
Okay. How old?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna have to switch over, but yes, I have two. They are both trying to think.
I'm assuming they're underage. Are they underage?
Yes.
Okay, well that's good enough. So
Hang on, real quick. Let me put my headphones on for real quick. Hang on. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, go ahead.
So if you found out one day, and this, I don't mean to I know it's uncomfortable to even talk about this as a theoretical, but if you found out that somebody had done what Lorne tried to do to one of your nieces, and that was their defense, would you have any sympathy for that person at all?
No, I wouldn't have any sympathy for anyone who tried that with my nieces, regardless of their defense.
Lorne tried that. That's what I'm getting at. The thing that you just said you wouldn't have any sympathy, the thing that you just said you wouldn't be able to forgive or mitigate if somebody else did it, that's what Lorne tried to do.
But here's what he's always said to me.
Well, here's what that guy in my theoretical situation said. Hey, I had a rough life, and I was lonely, and my siblings screwed me over out of some money.
No, he was raised by his mom, and she seems like a nice lady. He was raised by his mom. I only talked to her once, but she seems like a very nice lady.
Okay.
But okay, well here's what he said to me. Well, he used this word one time, I think, and it's always, like, rung with me, because it was like, well, what if he's right? And he used the word entrapment, and he said that they entrapped him, because he said that he was in an adult chat room.
Okay.
He's told me that many times.
But he thought the person he was talking to was a 13-year-old. So if I walk into a bar, which is an establishment intended for adults, and I see a 13-year-old girl in that bar, and I rape her, am I in the clear because she was in an adult establishment?
Well, no, but, like, he wasn't looking for a kid.
Okay, so if I go into a bar looking for a woman my age, and I don't find one, but I meet a 13-year-old and I rape her, am I okay?
No, I see what you mean. But, like,
I know it's tough but these are the things we have to be able to look at objectively. This is what I mean when I say there is no mitigation for what he did. I don't care what his butt is. I don't care what his but you don't know the whole story. I don't need to know the whole story. I know the part of the story where he tried to rape a 13-year-old. The rest of the story is irrelevant to me. If his part of the story is he tried to rape a 13-year-old, the rest of the story is immaterial.
But here's the thing, though. Like, I mean, could he come back and say, well, there was no 13-year-old?
Sure, there was no 13-year-old, but he didn't know that. He made it all the way to that house under the auspices of there being a 13-year-old girl there who was going to have sex with him.
And he's told me many times that he didn't want to go and that he wasn't planning to have sex that night. He's told me that numerous times.
Why did he bring condoms?
Because he said he always had them in his truck. He said he always
When she asked him, did you bring the condoms, why did he gleefully respond, yes, I did?
Like, in the chat, because, like, in the chat, he had said, like, because in the chat, I skimmed through it, and I remember he said in the chat that he was going to bring condoms.
Mm-hmm. Why, do you remember from the chat log why he said he was going to bring condoms? I remember why, do you? I can tell you if you don't remember.
I don't even know if I read the why, but I guess, like, he was...
He said he was bringing them so he could have sex with her. He also said in one of the recorded phone calls...
Recorded phone calls?
You didn't know about the recorded phone calls?
What call? What do you... Like, somebody hacked into my phone and there's calls online, but what are you talking about?
Oh, no, this is one of the legal protocols for the sting operation was that they needed to have him talk to one of their decoys on the phone.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Lorne had several phone conversations with one of the decoys from the sting who posed as the 13-year-old girl he was chatting with.
But wait,
and those phone calls.
That doesn't make any sense because, like, I mean, whoever he was talking to, whoever did this online, was an adult, and
sure, yes, they were an adult, but there are,
so there was no child talking to him,
right? But he didn't know that. He thought he was talking to a 13-year-old child.
But how? I mean, like,
this was an actress with a high-pitched voice that was able to impersonate the 13-year-old with a high voice. And these are the people that the decoys that do these things are trained. They're trained to be able to imitate children.
So she sounded young.
Yeah, she actually sounded quite a bit younger than 13, if I'm being candid, which I love to be because I like the word candid. She sounded 8 or 9 to me, but it was an adult, just an actress that was trained to, be able to talk with the vocabulary and articulation and mannerisms of a child. And there were several phone calls over the course of the month that he was talking to this person, and they were recorded, and they are available online.
Where?
It's on YouTube. I found them as I was doing my research when I found the NBC footage and watched that interview, and then that led me to the police interview, which is also on YouTube, and then that led me to the recordings of the phone calls. And but anyway, in the last phone call that he had with the decoy before he left, they were talking about, he said he was getting ready to leave the house. I think the house was, the two locations were about an hour away from each other, I believe. So he was giving her a time frame of how long it was going to take him to get to her house. He said, I have to get gas and I have to go buy condoms so I don't get you pregnant. That is what he said to what he thought was a 13-year-old girl. And then when he showed up at the house, she asked him, did you bring the condoms? And he said, yes, I did. He didn't say, why do you need to know that? He didn't say, you're 13, don't ask me about condoms. He said, yes, I did, with a big smile on his face.
Wait, so there was an actual... Because I skimmed through the... Okay, so wait, so this thing was more than just... so there was an actual girl at the house, like a 13-year-old girl at the house. I didn't know. Like,
no, she was an 18-year-old actress who just looked very young. They auditioned actresses that looked young, and they found one who she's of legal age, but she was an actress who was trained, who was coached to talk like a 13-year-old, and they dressed her like a 13-year-old and that sort of thing. It was they did that, in order to legitimize the situation that these guys were showing up in. There was an actress there, and her job is to obviously that makes the case easier to prove in legally. You see what I'm saying? In other words, if they can get them saying, in so many words, I am here to have sex with you, and you are 13, then that gives the prosecution more liability, when it comes to prosecuting the case. So anyway, yeah, but that's what happened, and that's video evidence and audio evidence. So it's incontrovertible. He can't. And I might add that the video is one continuous long take with a timestamp. So he can't say that it was edited because it's all one continuous stream of footage shot from one angle with a timestamp.
Edited to make it look like, like he...
No, unedited.
No. I mean, he can't say that it's edited to make it look
right.
like...
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, he can say that, no, they cut something out because the footage is uncut. It's raw footage, all from one camera. So, I'm a little disappointed that you didn't know these things, but I'm glad that you know them now, and I'm hoping that now you are seeing why I treat this as such an obvious an obvious issue in terms of there's no ambiguity, there's no vagueness here in terms of looking at the situation and saying, well, maybe this and maybe that, maybe this and maybe that. And what I want to point out to you is that if all you're doing is listening to his side of it, then of course you're going to get a heavily edited, heavily cherry-picked version of the facts. But I'm looking at this on the basis of information that is freely and publicly available to all. And that's the reason why when he says, well, you don't know the whole story, well, there's more to the story, it has no effect on me because I know what he did. The parts of the story I know are incontrovertible, and they make it, they render any additional elements of the story inconsequential, irrelevant, because he tried to have sex with a 13-year-old girl. And I don't care why.
But I mean, it was 10 years ago. Like, can it be erased?
The fact that he did it can never be erased. Can his tendencies be changed? Possibly. But as I said before, that requires a degree of self-awareness and personal responsibility that he does not seem to possess. And I might add that the fact that he's pursuing you, somebody who's half his age, indicates that he still has a predilection for romantic targets, liaisons for relationships that are significantly younger than him. So I would say the tendency is still there.
But could my age and him pursuing me, couldn't that just be a consequence, or not a consequence, a coincidence?
It could be. Do you want to take that chance?
So what? Okay, I know my parents talked to you several times with just them, and I'm curious to know what their concerns are here. My dad, I don't know if you know this, but my dad was bawling the day that he found out, and he couldn't even speak.
He was visibly emotional in both of the sessions that he was present for, and he was reserved in the session that we all did together, but that was pretty clear to me that, he's very upset about it. The nexus of his concerns is manifold, because on one level, he's concerned about your basic safety. You don't know anything about this guy. In terms of, you don't know what you're getting into if you go see him, right? You're a pretty young, petite girl who's going into the lion's den. then potentially. You're going onto his turf, and you don't know what kind of person he is in terms of is he violent? Is he? You don't know any of that. So on a very basic level, he's concerned about your safety. Okay, he's concerned about your safety. In a more nuanced way, because he's concerned about the premise that even if this guy is not some psycho who's going to do something to you once you show up there, he still is an alcoholic or potentially an alcoholic. We know that he's verbally abusive. And I can tell you from professional experience that the line between verbal abuse and physical abuse is very blurry for many people. So one is some to say that one is present is to say there's a possibility at least that the other is present. So there's that aspect of it. Okay, he's concerned about your general well-being because you're with somebody. This guy can't support you. Doesn't have a career. Doesn't seem to have any skills. I mean, in terms of being able to do more than going from one job to the next. He's out of work now. That sort of thing. So there are concerns about that if it were to turn into a marriage partnership, right? Somebody's got to pay the bills and put food on the table and pay the rent or the mortgage. And, does that fall to you if he doesn't, if he can't even take care of himself when he doesn't have a wife? There's that, okay? Then there's the aspect of starting a family and all the things I talked about regarding that. And he is a sex offender who seems to have a interest in younger girls, and those sorts of proclivities manifest themselves all the time with children, unfortunately. That's a terrible thought, but you certainly don't want to take that risk, I wouldn't think. And your father doesn't want you to be ever in that situation. There's the fact that he's almost 50, and you're in your 20s. And what happens when you are 40, excuse me, and he's 70? He drinks. Does he smoke?
Yeah.
Okay. He does, like you said, okay, he smokes cigarettes. What happens when this guy gets lung cancer or dies when he's 70? Excuse me. And he leaves you alone with a couple of kids or something or, whatever else. And now you're in the middle of your life. And, those are, those things are less of a factor, I would say, objectively, but that is still something to consider. And from the standpoint of a father, I would want my daughter ending up with some guy that's 30 years older than her because that's just strange. What does a 50-year-old have in common with a 25-year-old? You know what I mean? I mean, objectively speaking, you were at two different phases in your lives.
What phase is he in? What phase am I in?
You're in a phase where you're still building and cultivating your life. You're a young professional. You're working your way into a career. I would assume that's the objective. You're trying to establish yourself in that regard. When you're 25, you're still trying to discover who you are and what you want out of life. You may know that you want this kind of family or these kids. You want X number of kids. You may not know that yet. You may still have some adventures that you want to take and some things that you want to do, traveling, maybe go back to school, things like that.
I really enjoy traveling, yeah.
Okay, well, he's at an age where he's at an age where he should be thinking about retirement in 10 or 20 years. And instead, he's probably going to have to work until he can collect Social Security or something, if that even exists when he gets to that age. If that's even still an option for people. But his circumstances, unfortunately for him, I would say unfortunately for him, his circumstances have a lot more bearing on his station in life than his age because of his past. He is a an ex-con, he has that record. He has certain limitations about travel and places he can go socially and things like. These are all.
Well, here's one thing. Yes, he can't leave the country, and I do want to travel internationally. I know he can't leave the country, but if he gets permission from his probation officer, he can certainly leave the state.
It's not about a travel. It's not about a travel restriction. What I'm saying to you, Ramona, is that you're at a stage in your life where you're still discovering who you are and experiencing the world and making discoveries about what kind of life you want to have. You need to be with somebody who's doing the same. Or you need to be with somebody who's already established. If I could be so bold, somebody like me, somebody who has a successful career and is financially secure and self-sufficient and has a good understanding of who he is and can offer you some stability in that way. Some women are attracted to older men, and that's a wonderful thing. But if you're going to be with somebody like that, it needs to at least be with somebody who can offer you some reciprocity in terms of your station in life. And Lorne can't do that. And when you compound all of those detriments that I've just identified about him with the fact that he seems to have a drinking problem, seems to have an anger issue, seems to be abusive under certain conditions, and may or may not still have these sexual issues, which are very alarming if he does, there's no upside. It's lose all the way down the line. There's literally no benefit to you to stay with a person like that.
But what if, he, but what if he's, a good companion? If he turns out, he's a good companion, because, we already know he's funny, so that's a good thing. But, what if he's, fun to be around? And I don't know if he is. I haven't been around him, but...
Yeah. In that case, then you've got a guy who still has all of those detriments, but it's fun to be around. So you have to ask yourself, how much is that worth? In terms of, is he fun to be around when he's drunk and he's calling you a bitch? Does that sound like fun? Is he fun to be around when he says, I'm taking our 13-year-old daughter out for a driving lesson, and you're not sure whether or not that's all he's going to do when he gets her home?
But, even if he's, even if he is attracted to children, that doesn't mean that he would be attracted to, his children.
Is that a risk you want to take? You understand how common it is for girls to be abused by their fathers that way? It's not, fortunately most fathers don't, but a lot do. Is that a risk you want to take? Something you wouldn't know until it happened, right?
So, so this guy, he should be single forever?
No, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say that he should be with somebody who is congruent to his station in life. If I'm being candid, he needs to be with somebody his own age, who lives where he lives, who is not going to have to carry the brunt of that relationship in the worst case scenario. See, the worst case scenario, and that's what you have to look at. The worst case scenario for you with Lorne is you've got a deadbeat who's 30 years older than you, can't keep a job, can't stop drinking, can't stop being abusive to you, and you've got to carry that guy. That's the worst case scenario. What Lorne needs is to firstly work out his issues. Whether he ever will or not, I don't know. But that's what he needs to do. And
whether he what
that,
you said?
Whether he will or not, obviously, that's up to him. Who knows? Right?
He has therapists and counselors.
Well, had they compelled him to stop getting drunk and calling you names on the phone? He would say, yeah, for the last 2 weeks. I would say 2 weeks is a drop in the bucket. Talk to me in 5 years. But even after that, what Lorne needs is, if I'm just to be crude, a 50-year-old woman, because he's a 50-year-old man, or somebody close to it, who comes from where he comes from, who's geographically in his proximity.
Well, his dream girl is Olivia Newton-John, I remember he told me.
Well, she's about 70, so...
So there he can't be a pedophile because he likes someone who's, like, literally...
Well, I don't think... He didn't chat to Olivia Newton-John every night for a month and send her pictures of his penis. That was someone he thought was a 13-year-old girl he did that to.
But, like, I mean, okay, well, here's a question. Like, when you guys, when therapists say, like, such and such a thing is a red flag, such and such a thing is a red flag,
Yeah.
why is it bad to ignore I mean, like, okay, like, if he, I don't know how to word it, like...
Well, let me turn that question. I think I know what you're getting at. So let me turn that question around on you. Why is it good to ignore it? Why do you ignore it? Because it's bad, right?
Well, I ignore it because, like, you know, if I just go into everything blindly, then I don't have to think about the stuff that, you know, makes me uncomfortable. So I can just enjoy it.
But you have to deal with the consequences of it when it manifests itself, don't you?
But what like, how would we know that it would manifest itself?
Because it has before. If I come to your house every day for 100 days, and every day I walk into your house and I smack you on the face and I call your name, what would you expect me to do on the 101st day when I show up at your house? If every day before I come in and I smack you on the face and I call your name, what is the reasonable expectation from me on the 101st day?
But he's never hit me.
You're missing the point. This is not about the specific behavior I'm using in my hypothesis. What I'm saying to you is that if somebody exhibits a consistent pattern of behavior, you know, have you ever heard the expression, one definition of insanity is doing the same thing every day and expecting different results? Have you ever heard that before?
Yeah, I've heard that, yeah.
Okay. So if you encounter the same behavior from a person consistently over time, by that axiom, it is insane, it's crazy to expect anything different the next day. Now, if that person puts in the work and makes a sustained and concerted effort to address the issues they have that make them do the things that are bad behavior, and they exhibit a real change over time, that's indicative of improvement and growth.
So at what point, or like how long would Lorne have to go without doing certain things for you to say, okay, he's a changed man?
That's not something you can put a timetable on. We don't make those evaluations on the basis of chronology. We make those evaluations on the basis of being able to detect fundamental changes in the way a person thinks. See, for Lorne to tell me I've gone 2 weeks without drinking and being abusive, even if he were to say, hey, I've gone 2 years without doing those things, in the context of the conversation that I had with him tonight, it wouldn't change my analysis of him at all. Because what I heard from him tonight that was so troubling, that was so deeply vexing for me, is that he deflects responsibility for his actions. He's got a there's more to the story. There's always more to the story. There's always something that somebody else did or some other thing that happened that you don't know about, and that's the reason why I made this mistake, and it's not really my fault. That, if I were ever to encounter Lorne in a similar context to the conversation we had here tonight, and I saw that aspect change, then I would say he's on his way to getting healthy. But I believe that he is deeply deluded, and that's not something that can happen overnight. And more to the point where you're concerned, the problem is that the efforts he's making to change his behavior, they don't go deep enough because it's the issues behind the behavior that I'm concerned with. But beyond that, he's making these efforts to change his behavior for the wrong reasons. He's doing it to please you. That's not, and that's not only that's not the right reason, because that's not a lasting, and it's not a profound, focused. The objective for him has got to be, I need to be a healthy person, and that's why I'm making these changes. I'm not doing it for anybody else's benefit, or I'm not doing it for anybody's approval. To draw from the Christian religion for just a moment. In the New Testament, there were these characters called Pharisees, and they would say their prayers to God very public in public places, very loudly with a loud voice, making a spectacle out of themselves. And what the Messiah said was, God is concerned with the things that you do when you're alone in your prayer closet, when no one can see you.
I've heard that expression.
Yeah, it's easy to be pious and holy when you're in the public square and you want everyone to see you being pious and holy. But what God is concerned with is what you do when you're behind closed doors and He's the only one who can see you. And that's my point about Lorne. The things that he's doing right now, he's doing so that you'll see him doing them.
Well, I have a question for you. Have you heard that song, have you heard, there's a band called Hoobastank, and they have a song called The Reason, and I used to love that song, but basically it's saying that he changed because of her. I found a reason to change who I used to be, a reason to start over new, and the reason is you. And that song, could that be a song that encapsulates my...
Well, I see what you're saying, but the song, I would say just evaluating the song, it's not just psychology. Of course, it's just, it's a song. They just make it a song, so it's a little oversimplistic, but the dynamic is there. You have to be able to make a distinction between what I believe Lorne is doing, which is that he's acting differently because he wants you to see him acting differently. If you broke up with Lorne, which I am still under the opinion that you should do, for the record, and which is what I will tell your parents. It would be different if you were to break up with Lorne and then Lorne was alone again. And in that state of loneliness, he looked at himself honestly, candidly, if you will, and he said, I need to change because I want to have a love. I would like to have a relationship. I don't want to be alone for the rest of my life. So I'm going to work on changing. And through that experience, he was able to legitimately identify the issues that he had and change them. That's one thing. But it's another thing for him to say, you want me to change this behavior, and I want to be with you, so I'll change this behavior. Because the behavior is just the effect. The cause is the psychological issues that drive the behavior, and that's what needs to change in Lorne in order for him to become a healthy person. And that's what can't happen until he learns to take responsibility for himself, which is something that I don't see him being able to do at the time.
Now, why? Can I be the reason why he decides that he wants to make the change?
Ultimately, no. I'd say no. You can't. Because wanting to please somebody else is it's not sufficient to consistently drive. As I said, that can be enough of a motivator to compel one to change one's behavior, his outward behavior. Okay, but I'm less interested in Lorne not drinking ever again than I am in Lorne dealing with the things that make him want to drink in the first place. That's the issue, and it's almost never the case that simply wanting to please another person is sufficient to sustain a profound change in one's psychology over the course of time, and that's what we would be looking for in order for Lorne to be a good candidate for a relationship. But the issue here is, and the reason why this is so confounding, is that even if he were to make those to find himself enough, come to the end of himself enough to be able to make that growth, you still have all the other issues ahead of you to deal with. The age difference and the issue of his ability to financial stability, and just the fact that psychologically you need to be with somebody who's in more or less the same phase of their life that you're in, because then you share experiences together and you grow each other. You see, a 37-year-old has psychological needs that a 13-year-old can't satisfy. That's one of the reasons why these child rapists, would-be rapists, these sex offenders, are doing such a violence to the children they try to hurt. Because an adult has psychological needs that a child can't satisfy. Okay, now I say that to draw this parallel in a much less extreme but still a significant way. A 50-year-old has psychological needs that a 25-year-old can't satisfy.
Now, what about how he always says that I've changed him so much?
Well, you're a motivator for a change in his behavior because he wants to impress. But as I said, that's not sufficient to elicit a real, profound, sustained change in his psychology, because eventually that will fade and that will pass. Right now, you're new and you're exciting to him, and you're a mystery, a little bit of a mystery, and you're still novelty. And, those are the sorts of psychological factors that cause initial attraction, and they're very important. But those are the things that compel a person to temporarily modify their external behavior for the purposes of attracting or pleasing or impressing another person, right? But it's when those things fade and you've been together 15 years and he doesn't care when you wake up with no makeup on, or you don't care that he's got a beer gut, or that his back is hairy. When you see people at their worst, right?
Well, he's tried to get me to send him, he'll say, send me a picture of you, like what you look like now, and I'm like, oh my God, my hair's a mess, I look disgusting. And he's like, I don't care, you're beautiful. Isn't that part of it? Not really, because he probably is legitimately attracted to you. So, so he's attracted to me. So it's right there.
Well, sure, but that's just a physical attraction. That fades. That's not anything you want to build a relationship on. The physical aspect of attraction, the physical attraction is there so that two people will get each other's attention. But it's what happens after that, as they work to keep each other's attention, and the relationship grows in profundity and becomes something of substance. The looks, the physical attraction. Any relationship where where the physical attraction is the foundation, that relationship is doomed to fail. And it either will fail or it'll be an unhappy reunion. It's almost always the case. And in situations where it's not the case, it's because the people in that relationship have a self-awareness and an introspective ability and an insight to be able to say, okay, we've got to develop these higher order strata, the dynamics of the relationship. And I will say, based on what I know of Lorne, he is severely lacking in either self-awareness or in emotional depth to be able to make those kinds of leaps. Look, the fact of the matter is that he's 47 and he's never been married. He's never had, I mean, unless you know something I don't, I don't know that he's ever had a sustained, that kind of long-term, profound, sustained relationship. And that tells me something about his ability to have that kind of relationship.
How long would you consider long-term?
I can't. There's no time. I mean, it's not about a time. It's not about a period of time. It's about the speed, the rate at which people grow and develop and grow together and, that sort of thing. But, I would say in your case, you've got all of these factors that you're looking at, and, he loses on all of them. He strikes out on all of them. And I think for your sake, you need to recognize that you can do better and that you deserve better than that. And I'm not going to say that he deserves better, too. I'm going to say that he deserves, that what he needs is something that's suited to him and his station in life. And you're not it. You're just not it.
But, is he ever gonna, he might never, find another 24-year-old again.
Well, maybe he'll take that as a wake-up call and start looking for somebody that's suited to him instead.
Well, I didn't mean it like that, but,
How did you mean it?
So you've just named all these great things about me. You've said that I'm beautiful. You've said that I'm smart. You've said that I'm really young. You've said that I'm, but not too young. I'm not underage. You've said that I'm, and I didn't mean that as a joke, but, you've said that I'm a professional. You've said all these wonderful things about me. What if he never finds that again in someone like me?
Is that your problem? Should you limit yourself and put yourself in a situation that's not the best for you because he may never get lucky again? Is that fair to you? You know the answer I'm looking for with that question. The answer is no. It's not fair to you. It's not your responsibility to suffer so he can have something that he wants.
But what if I don't? If I, say he moves down here, and he gets a job driving truck, and there's this state is smaller than, my state's smaller than his, but there's more opportunity in my state, way more opportunity in my state, even though it's much smaller.
Sure.
But let's say, so he moves down here, I live in an apartment. He doesn't want to live in an apartment. So we get a trailer. There's a trailer park that's a couple
You want to live in a trailer park? You want to live in a trailer park?
I don't know what they're like. I've never lived in one before.
You ever hear anybody say, we're selling the mansion. We're going to live in a trailer park for a while. We're finally going to live in our dream of a trailer park. You ever heard that before?
No.
I'm not I don't mean to insult anybody that lives in a trailer park, but sometimes you need to live in a trailer park. But there's not too many people saying, I got to get out of this apartment and get me into a trailer park. Just being candid.
Well, I only know a few people who live in mansions, and one of them spends more time in my apartment than he does in his mansion. Oh, that's my surgeon friend who my mother won't freak up about. But yeah.
He sounds like he could be a good catch to me.
Wait, say again?
I could be a good catch too. I said he sounds like he could be a catch to me based on what your mom's told me about him.
Oh gosh.
But I could be a good catch too. That was a joke. But the point is that anyway, look, it's not about living in a trailer or not living in a trailer. It's about, did he ask you where you wanted to live?
No. He just said he wasn't going to live in an apartment.
Well, sounds like he's awfully interested in where he wants to live. To me. I want a house and I like big houses, and there's a lot of them in my state. What does he think of that?
He had told me, I told him that I like big houses. He said that the size of the house doesn't matter. And
yeah, well, I guess if you're paying for it shouldn't for him, right?
But, he's gonna, because, he said that, once he moves down here, I'll have to take care of us for a while before he finds a job. But then once he finds a job, I guess.
Does that sound good to you?
What do you mean?
I'm taking care of him until he finds himself a job.
Well, it shouldn't take him long because he said he never had a problem finding a job.
Well, he doesn't have one now. That's curious. For someone who doesn't have a problem finding one, seems like he must either not want one or maybe he has more trouble finding one than he thinks he does. Or that he's letting on that he does.
But, and plus...
No, You're fighting very hard for this. And that's interesting to me. It's intriguing. And I want to point something out to you, and then I want to ask you a question. What I want to point out to you is this. There's a dynamic at play in our conversation here. This is something that we've been doing for the duration of the time we've been talking, which is that I will point out a reason why I don't think he's a good fit for you. And what you do, rather than responding to that reason, is you move on to some other aspect of the situation.
What do you mean?
And let's say that I say something like, he has an anger problem, right? And I give you let's look at all the factors here, and we come to the conclusion that he has an anger problem. And we come to that conclusion, or I bring us to that conclusion, so convincingly that you can't deny it. You can't argue with it. Okay? In that moment, you know that I'm right. Because I've brought you to the end of the argument, as it were. I've made it impossible for you to refute what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So what you do in response is you move on to another subject. You move on to some other. Okay, well, let's talk about that. Okay, now that's a form of deflection, which is to say, when I bring you to the point where you don't have an argument against what I'm saying anymore, rather than acknowledge that my point should compel you in the other direction, you say, yeah, but what about this? Yeah, but what about that? Okay? So the first observation that I want to make about that is that if I'm right on those things, then the yeah buts don't matter. But the second thing that I want to point out, and I want to explore this with you, is I want to know why you're fighting so hard to preserve this. If all of the things that I'm saying are true, and if I'm able to bring you to the end of the argument, which is evidence in favor of them, in support of them being true, what are you fighting to preserve here with this guy?
So I've been told many times by him that the best of him I haven't seen yet.
Oh, okay.
And that there's a lot about him that he has yet to reveal, like a lot of good things about him that he has yet to reveal to me.
Why hasn't he revealed them?
Well, for one, he says because we're not in person. And for the other, because he says he keeps getting better. He says he's going to return to the person that he was when he was 25.
Well, the first thing I'd say to that is that it's troubling that a 50-year-old's objective is to be the person he was when he was 25 again. That is indicative of delusion. Because you can't be the person you were when you were 25 if you're 50. And if I'm being blunt, why in the hell would you want to be that person again?
Because he says...
I don't mean that as a slight against 25-year-olds. But what I mean is there's a reason why nature ages us. There's a reason why we grow and we enter different phases of our lives. And it's because we were never meant to be 25 forever. And the fact that a 50-year-old man would say, I got to go be 25 again. Okay, there's a delusion there where he doesn't understand that his goal should not be to be 25 again. It should be to be the best 50-year-old he can be.
But he says that, and he also always corrects me whenever I call him 47. He always tells me he's 46 because his birthday's not till October. So he would say, if I called him 50, he would say, I'm not 50, I'm 47. And he
I have a patient who does that.
Say again?
I have a patient who does that. She's a couple of months shy of 70, and if you say that she's 70, she'll get offended with you. She can't let go. She can't accept the fact that she's 70. Lorne can't accept the fact that she's 50. He's hung up on age. He's got a real issue with age and youthfulness and wanting to be young. It's one of the reasons why he's attracted to young girls, in my opinion, because he wants to be a young guy himself. You know, there was a passage in that chat log when I reviewed it where he several times he would say, I don't look 37, do I? I don't look 37, do I? And he was trying to get her to say, no, you look younger than 37. It's why he wears a hat all the time, because we always associate baldness with age and being old and that sort of thing. A lot of people are sensitive about that. None of those things in themselves are particularly serious. I mean, that's something a lot of people are uncomfortable with, losing their hair and whatever else. But there's a real hang-up, and as you say this to me, it becomes more apparent to me. There's a real hang-up that he has with age, and he doesn't want to be old, and he wants to be young and feel young, and he wants to know the feeling of young girls, of young women being attracted to him because it makes him feel attractive. And these are things that some people struggle with them. But for a 50-year-old man to be saying, I'm going to get back to being 25 again, that's a red flag. We talk about red flags. That's a big one to me. Because a 50-year-old man should be focused on being the best 50-year-old a man he could be, not on being 25 again.
I think for him, the idea of being 50 is too much for him. But
yeah. See, this is consistent with what we know about him, which is that he has an inability to accept reality as it is, and he's looking at it in a lot of ways through a child's eyes. He's very, very immature in that regard, and that's a problem. That's a real danger, an indicator of a guy that is not just not a healthy guy for someone like you to be in that relationship with. Now, there may be somebody out there for him who can help him work through those things, but why does that fall to you? Why should that be your burden?
well, he's always said that I've been better than his therapist, and that I'm like a therapy for him.
Well, that's interesting, but is that what you want to be? Is that how you want to spend the prime years of your life? Being a halfway house to therapy and emotional wellness for someone who's twice your age? How is that healthy and beneficial to you?
Well, another piece is that he's not always going to be twice my age, because when I turned 40 and he's in his 60s.
70.
Not even quite, no, because remember, he'll be in his 60s, so he won't be twice my age then.
But he'll be significantly older than you. He will always be in a different phase of his life than you are. That will never change. And when he's 80 and you're 50 and you've got to change diapers for him, that reality will become very apparent to you. And I'm not trying, it's not about that. I mean, I'm not even saying that, let me put it to you this way, in terms of, because I don't want to make it seem like I'm, a 50-year-old can never be with a 25-year-old. What I'm trying to say is, we have to evaluate situations like that individually, right? There are times when that's a truly beneficial relationship of both sides. It's rare, and it's rare by design. I say by design, to say it is normal and healthy for a 25-year-old to want to be with somebody who's in the same phase of life as she is, because then you're dealing with the same challenges that phase of life presents, and you're building a life together at the same stage. And those are very important. Those are the kinds of life experiences that people develop deep bonds over, and that's the way it should be. But what I mean is, as I look at this situation, I don't see anything that tells me that there's a profound and healthy connection here. Lorne can't articulate it. At least he didn't with me. You haven't been able to articulate it. And every counterpoint that I presented in terms of giving you reasons why it's not a good fit for you, I think I can get you to agree to those. I think I can compel you to say, yeah, you're right, that makes good sense. So,
I think he's always told me that he loves me, and and I don't say it back, but he's never wavered in that. And
well, but that's just, he told Kayla he loved her after 6 days.
He did what?
He told Kayla that he was in love with her after 6 days. Love is just a word.
6 days?
6 days. I think it was 6 days. I have to go back and look. Oh no, it was 6 days. I remember because the segment, the NBC segment, said 6 days. It was 6 days.
6.
And 6 days. That's right. And I would look at that and say, I'm not sure that Lorne knows what love is. If he thinks that love doesn't develop in 6 days,
that seems kind of fast.
Your age. That seems kind of what?
Fast. 6 days.
Sure, of course. on Lorne. I think Lorne is in love with the idea of being in love, and he doesn't know the difference between loving the notion of love and actually being in love. So when he experiences one, he thinks he's experiencing the other, and he expresses himself thus. So for him to tell you that he loves you, I want to tell you something else about love. Love is a reciprocal emotion, which means that it is my opinion that true love can never be one way. So the reason I say it is because if you don't love him, then he can't love you. He's experiencing an emotional response that may feel the way that he thinks love feels, and he has convinced himself that it's love. But if you don't love him back, then it's unrequited, and that's not love.
What is that? Opinion. I've heard that before, but what is that?
Well, it's a need. I think it stems from a neediness. What I always said, what I said to my wife is, I would never want to be with somebody that doesn't want to be with me, and I would never want to be with somebody that I have to.
Hey.
Hey, Ramona, I'm sorry about that. My phone disconnected.
That's okay. Okay, go ahead. You were saying love is unrequited.
Love. Have you ever heard the expression, you don't marry the person you can live with, you marry the person you can't live without? Have you ever heard that before?
Yes.
Yeah, so I always like that notion. I think what it means is just that if Lorne thinks he loves you and you don't feel the same way, then what Lorne is experiencing is not love, in my opinion. Now, that's not something I wouldn't come at that as a therapist. That's a personal conviction, but it's one I hold pretty strongly. You have a lot to offer. You have a tremendous amount of upside as a person.
Thank you.
Because you're welcome. Because you're attractive physically, you're attractive intellectually, you're interesting, you're successful. All the things we talked about. And so when somebody looks at that, they say, "Yeah, that's a person I should have an attraction to." Right? It makes sense. She ticks all the boxes. She has all the things to offer. Right? Mm-hmm. So for someone like Lorne to look at that, it's altogether reasonable that he say, "Yeah, I want to be in love with a person like that." And it's not to say that he's not attracted to you, even emotionally, psychologically, right? But that's very different from love. And I'm not sure, I don't know if Lorne is capable of a deep, profound, the kind of love that you need. As I've said before, he's lacking in self-awareness, and he's got a lot of issues with himself that he's got to work out, in my opinion. And those sorts of things can definitely impede a person's ability to have love or to feel love or to be able to feel and express love properly. But those are all points against him in terms of, if we're talking about, is he a good candidate to be in a relationship with you or not? These are all the things, that I keep saying are things that you've got to consider, because these are things that you will have to contend with permanently if you're in a relationship with him. And is that what you see for yourself? Is that what you want for yourself?
Could he be a good partner, though, in spite of having a couple of red flags here and there?
you, for someone, potentially. For you, I say almost certainly not, because what you haven't demonstrated at all during the course of our dialogue here tonight is anything that he brings to the equation that is essential for you. He's funny. He might be fun to hang around in person. That's basically the entirety of the arguments you've given in support of why, as far as arguments in his favor. That he's funny and that he might be fun to hang around with.
And he's told me before he loves spending time with me on the phone. And
okay, but what is that?
And he's now, how do I word it? He's now dedicated to me.
Okay. Well, the first thing I would say to that is that being able to enjoy a phone conversation with a person, or even a lot of phone conversations over the course of an extended period of time, is hardly a barometer for compatibility in real life. I mean, it's easy to be a good phone conversationalist. It doesn't take much. I'm just being candid. I mean, that's not something that's hard to do. You put the best of yourself out there, and you don't even have to worry about the physical compatibility, and you don't have to worry about any of that stuff, right? It's not a terribly difficult thing to do. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you've got to be able to look at a situation like this holistically. For somebody to tell you, I would say that every relationship in which there's true love is a relationship in which there are good phone conversations. But not every relationship in which there are good phone conversations is a relationship where there's true love. You see what I'm saying? It would be like me saying, well, I know that I'm compatible with my wife because I like the color of her shoes or something. I mean, it's such a relatively minor, so you have a good conversation. You and I are having a good conversation. Does that mean we're in love? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want to know, when you say he's now dedicated to me, right? You said that. I want to know what you mean by that.
Well, I mean, there were some things that happened in the past, and I've ignored them and blocked them out. But
because let's see if I'm understanding where you're going with this. Because you say he's now dedicated to me. So what I'm reading there is that there's a chronological component to what you're saying, which is to say there was a time when he was not dedicated to you. Is that what you're getting at?
Well, define not dedicated to me.
Well, okay. Why don't you define dedication first, and then I can ask if there was a period where he wasn't that. I would say, by dedication, you mean he's only going to talk to you. He's not going to pursue any sort of casual relationships that are closer to him, or any, purely sexual liaisons, that sort of thing, right? I mean, is that what we mean by dedication? That he's saving himself for you. He wouldn't pursue another opportunity if it presented itself. Would you agree that that's a good definition for dedication?
I think so, yes.
Okay, so let me ask you then, was there a time in your relationship with him where that wasn't the case? Where he had other interests, or he was open to other interests, other pursuits?
Yeah, there was.
Okay, well, you want to divulge any details as that's something that, let me ask you this first. Did that bother you?
Yeah. But I don't think about it. I don't think about it at all. I just block it.
But you can't, no, okay, I want you to remember what we talked about blocking things out. It's not healthy. There's an energy that these kinds of situations produce that emanates from these episodes, okay? And if you don't deal with them, you don't process that energy, then the energy stays internal, right? And it becomes like a blockage, right? There's a buildup of negative energy. When we don't deal with these things and get and externalize them and address them, these things build up psychologically, and it's very unhealthy. And so I've got to encourage you to open up about those things. I know it's not comfortable and easy to do. I can tell just based on the way you're responding to my questions here, you haven't said a lot. I can tell that those things trouble you very much. And I can tell you that he's doing you a great disservice expecting you to bottle those things up and not deal with them and act like they aren't there, or that they didn't happen and just not acknowledge them. That's one of the most psychologically unhealthy things we can do, is to deny issues like that. Now, I'm not telling you that you have to talk about it with me here right now. You certainly can if you feel the need to, and I would encourage you to, especially if this is particularly troubling or you feel uncomfortable right now, because these are the things that need to be addressed.
Are you going to tell my parents? Because this is like the last thing that they need to know.
You're my patient, and in the interest of patient practitioner confidentiality, if you explicitly tell me that I'm not to divulge to your parents, then I have to honor that. I will say that if I'm presented with new information that greatly influences my evaluation of this man, that I have to address those things. So I would say, for example, if you were to tell me something that's particularly disturbing to me now, but you said you can't tell my parents, then no, I wouldn't tell your parents. But I would say, there are aspects of the situation that I'm not at liberty to discuss in any specific capacity, in any degree of specificity, except to say that these things are concerning to me. So I would convey a shift or a change in the degree of concern if that's there. But no, I won't reveal anything that you tell me that I can't and that I shouldn't, and that you don't want me to. So no, I mean, anything we discuss here in terms of particulars is confidential.
Well, and like I said, I mean, I've completely blocked. I'll tell you what happened, but I've completely blocked it out. I don't think about it, and I've just learned to ignore it and hope it doesn't happen again. And so what happened was.
Can't believe.
Say again?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I was. My wife sent me a text message from the other room. I apologize for that. Just asking me if I'm still doing a house call, we call it, or office hours. So I told her yes. Sorry about that. Please continue.
Tell her yes, but it's turned into a free one. Well, okay, but yeah, if you have to send a message, I'll wait till you finish.
No, that's okay. I did it.
Okay.
I was just, anyway, no, I'm good to go. I'm 100% all ears.
Okay, so I don't know if when you did your research you found that Lorne has a YouTube channel. I don't know if you found that.
No. What one that he runs himself?
Yeah, he has his own videos on a YouTube channel. And
No, I don't think I saw that.
yeah, he has a YouTube channel, and there was this girl, we'll call her Michelle, because that was her name, so we might as well. Anyway, there was this girl named Michelle, and she was all over his videos, and she would just constantly, profess her love for him, and she actually changed her last name on her screen name to his last name, and she was always hitting on him and everything. And I had made a joke. I had said, well, that's your new girlfriend, or is that your new girlfriend? And he said, no. And I said, and so I had asked him just randomly one day if anything had happened between the two of them, because I just got this, how they say women's intuition, and when a guy's cheating, that women just know.
Sure.
So I had just gotten this intuition, and I had asked him, and he vehemently denied it, said no. And so I said, okay. Well, a couple weeks later, I find a video on YouTube where he's trying to schedule sex, and basically what had happened was he had a sexting text message chat where he had asked if he could stick his hot dog in her taco and all this other shit, and he had went to Dunkin' Donuts to meet her for sex, and he had brought condoms. But I've blocked it out.
How long ago was this?
This was what's this month? This is August. May, I think.
Okay. And before this episode, had he already told you that he loved you, that he was in love with you?
Yes, many times.
Okay. So you were under the impression that he felt about you then the way he claims to feel about you now. Is that right?
Correct.
Well, the first thing I will point out is this. All of the negative things, or the things that he would perceive, that maybe you would perceive as negative that I've identified about him over the course of our dialogues tonight, he would and did when he was on the phone with us earlier, defend his position by saying, I love her, I'm committed to her. Right? So that was the one thing that he thought he had in his defense. Now, I've maintained that that's an altogether inadequate defense, but that was the one thing that he kept falling back on. And now I'm learning that even that isn't true. Hasn't been true. Isn't absolute. Right? So all of the things, this is basically a mirror of the same dynamic when we talked about you gave him this ultimatum. He had to go 3 months without drinking, without all these things that you said he had to stop doing for 3 months, and he hasn't been able to perform. Right? He'll say, well, the last 2 weeks. I'll say, well, the deal was for 3 months, so you didn't make it. Right? Now we find out that this claim that he's committed to you exclusively and he's devoted to you and that sort of thing, that he can't seem to hold on to that either. And I would point out further that that's just an episode you happen to know about. And just like I said before, how do you know he hasn't been drinking, right? You can't smell his breath. How do you know that he's been faithful? Now, you said, I just blocked it out.
Yeah, I just blocked it out.
Well, you already know what I'm going to say to that.
What?
That is completely unhealthy, that you're living in denial, and that fundamentally you're no different than the battered housewife who has an excuse for every black eye that her husband gives her. This is why. This is why abused women. We both know that frequently abused women stay in abusive relationships for years and years. Some of them to their grave. They never leave, despite the fact that their husbands abuse them or cheat on them, or otherwise are treat them wrongly. And that's what's going on here. He hasn't been any of the things that he wants to believe he is. He hasn't been faithful to you. He hasn't been good to you. He hasn't been those things. And you're denying, and you keep making excuses for him, or even worse, you just don't deal with the pain at all. How in the world is that fair to you?
I mean, because, like, if he... Well... I mean...
Were there any other instances where he's been unfaithful that you know about? Is this an isolated thing that you know about?
Define unfaithful.
You define unfaithful. You tell me what it would take for you to get your heart broken by something he did. It doesn't have to be physical. It can be emotional. It can be as simple as him having a prolonged dialogue with somebody else. Like, whatever you would say constitutes cheating in the context of this relationship. Has he done it before that you know about?
Well, he probably wouldn't consider this one cheating.
Do you consider it cheating, and if so, has he done it before?
I don't know if it's cheating.
Well, make that determination, him or you?
Well, he said that it doesn't count because he was drunk.
Oh, boy. This guy just gets better and better. What did he do? Do you mind if I ask you that?
Damn it.
You're not under any...
Well, I'm just thinking of how to tell it so it doesn't sound as bad as... Okay, I know how I can tell it. Okay, so, you know that girl, Ember?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a video where he had gotten drunk, and he had apparently called her over and over and over again, and I heard him. He's recorded. He called me a bitch, and no, I shouldn't tell you that part, but he called me a bitch and then he begs her for a video of her pussy and her tits.
Oh, Ramona. Is there more? You said there was the part you didn't want to tell me. I don't know how it gets worse than that, but nothing would surprise me at this point. This guy.
Well, this part made me laugh, but I don't think it's funny, but he had sent me video footage of a specific area of his body, and he thought I had shared it, and he called me a bitch twice. He had said, that bitch, and then he said, that fucking bitch. And I didn't share it. I didn't share it. No, yeah, he thought I had put it on the internet, and I didn't. I absolutely did not.
Was it his penis?
No.
I'm not sure what else it could have been on a guy.
behind his penis.
Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. That's, did you ask for him to send you that?
I suggested it, and he did it because he wanted to show his... he said he wanted to show his love for me, and that's why he did it, so... I thought that was...
I want to know, in what universe you show your love for a woman by sending her a picture of your asshole? What the hell is wrong with this guy? I'm sorry, I'm being unprofessional now when I say those things. We're off the record, so I feel that I can speak with a bit more latitude than I would if we were truly in session. Obviously, we're off the record, but that's very, very bizarre. Very bizarre. But that's almost demented. But let's get back to the bigger issue, which is that he... I would say that is infidelity. That calling another woman and asking her to send him a picture of her genitals certainly qualifies as emotional infidelity, and that it's completely irrelevant whether he was inebriated or not. And I would further point out that for him to defend that action to any extent by saying, well, I was drunk, is just more deflection on his part. It's just another example of him trying to blame something else other than himself. But I would say that even the bigger issue is, I'd say equally concerning for me, is that he said these terrible things about you to her. Because we're back to the verbal abuse again. That's the trifecta. That's drunkenness, verbal abuse, and infidelity all in one shot, in one action. But, I mean, look, you got to be candid with me, because I really like
you love the word.
I like candor. Yeah, I like eating candy because candy's but I want you to be honest with me. We're looking at this now objectively, and part of the reason you're having so much trouble articulating these episodes is because talking about it this way forces you to make it objective, right? It's an object now. It is no longer a subjective experience in your mind that you can just ignore or try to rationalize or reason away in some way. Now it's an object. It's in front of us. I can see it too. So we can look at it objectively and talk about it as this standalone object that we can analyze and discuss. And looking at it objectively, I'm going to tell you, I don't know if you are able to see this. I mean, if you're able to reason this, but the reason it's so hard for you to talk about it right now is because you already know, you can intuit what I'm going to say, and you know that I'm right. You know that if this were someone you cared about telling you these things about the person they were with, that you would feel the way that you can tell I feel. And you know that you would be giving them the same advice that I'm giving you. You know that it wouldn't be right. You know that it wouldn't be healthy for them. And that the thing for them to do, the expedient thing for them to do for their own benefit would be to detach, would be to make a break from that situation. Ramona, you know this is not healthy. You know this is not good for you. I don't have to convince you of that. I just have to get you to the point where you're willing to acknowledge it.
But it can be healthy if I just ignore it, ignore the past.
But I'm telling you that ignoring those things is intrinsically unhealthy. It would be like saying, well, I was diagnosed with cancer, but if I just ignore it, then I can still live a healthy life. The problem doesn't go away simply because you ignore it. Do you understand that?
Well, I mean, that example, but I mean...
Okay. Let's do this. Let's an analogy, turn our attention completely away from your relationship with Lorne, and let me challenge you with something.
Okay.
Is there any problematic, intrinsically bad situation or development or event or entity in the world that you can think of?
Wait, say that again?
Simply ignore. I'll say it again, and I want you to try to think of a situation or an event or an entity or a development of some kind anywhere in the world, in any situation, in any context, that is intrinsically bad, for which ignoring it is the solution. Okay, we agree that ignoring cancer is not healthy, right?
No.
Okay. Let's say your next door neighbor punches you in the face every time you walk out the front door. Would you agree that ignoring that situation is the right course of action or the wrong course of action? You got to deal with it, in other words, right?
Well, if he did that, that would probably make my mom stop trying to get me to marry him, but...
Well, let's assume that your neighbor was someone more like Lorne instead of like your real neighbor, because I don't think your real neighbor would hit you based on what I've been told, but Lorne I'm not so sure about. But I'm just, I made that up. But a fire, let's say you're cooking in your kitchen and you accidentally start a fire. Would it be a good strategy to ignore it and just ignore it and look in another part of the kitchen?
No.
Okay.
But like...
You have a friend. Most people have a best friend. Your best friend, the person you're closer to than anybody. Someone you grew up with, maybe, or a cousin. Do you have anybody like that in your life? I'm sure you do.
Oh yeah, I have a lot of people who are close to me.
Okay, I want you to think about your best friend, right? Whoever you would say off the top of your head, one of your best friends, right?
Okay.
And this person comes to you and says, "My boyfriend is emotionally abusive. He calls me a bitch. He texts other women and calls other women and tells them to send them pictures of their bodies. He has a website, and somebody made a sexual proposition to him on the website. He went and met that girl and tried to hook up with her. Would you ever give your friend the advice that you're giving yourself? Would you ever say to her, well, you just got to ignore those things so you can deal with this guy? What advice would you give your friend?
Well, I would... I'd tell her to run.
You know what you would tell your friend. You would tell her the same thing I'm telling you.
I'd tell her to run, I guess.
Or to, you've just got to recognize that the needs of a situation don't change just because it's you.
But...
And I would say that quite the contrary, it's the converse. You need to value yourself at least as much as you would value your friend. Are you worth any less as a person than she is?
No.
So why would you give yourself different advice than you would give her?
Because I can deal with it.
Why should you have to? You can deal with a fire in the kitchen for a while, too. There's people that have cancer for years before it finally subsumes them. The issue is not your capacity to deal with pain and anguish and abuse and evil. The issue is that you have no obligation to sustain all those things. For whose benefit? For the benefit of some unemployed 50-year-old loser who can't hold a job, can't find a job, can't stop drinking, can't stop screwing around, can't stop treating you like garbage. on earth should you live a life that is detrimental to you and stay in a situation that is clearly not healthy for you just so he can be happy? What in the world has this guy done to warrant that kind of happiness, to merit that kind of happiness, that anybody should sacrifice themselves? And you're not just anybody. You're wonderful.
Well, do you want to know what he told me?
Sure.
He has told me, well, multiple times, but he has told me that he can, A, make me happier than anyone else, and B, that he would love me more than anybody else.
Well, those are easy. Ramona, I can make you happier than anybody else, and I can love you more than anybody else. Barry Viner, your therapist, who's saying that to you right now, I can love you more than anybody, and I can show you the world, and I can make you feel like the queen of the universe. And I will sweep you off your feet, and every day I will make you feel like it's new love 50 years from now. Diamonds in your eyes, and the sun rises and sets with you. And now look, do you see how easy that is? It's just words. Anybody can say that. I'll sweet talk you for hours. What does that mean? What is that word? What does that accomplish? They're just words. You see?
But
the actions that tell us. It's the actions that tell us what a person's caliber is. But Ramona, yeah, I'm drunk. Yeah, I called you a bitch a few minutes ago, but that was a few minutes ago. Let it go. Yeah, I went to meet that girl for sex, but that was like a week ago. Let it go. I only love you. Rainbows in your eyes and sparkles in the moon, and I'll love you forever, and I'll pick you flowers every day. I mean, those are just words.
well, in his defense, he's homophobic, so he would never say rainbows in your eyes. No, but
Fair enough.
but
Fair enough. But well, he's homophobic. That's good. That's progressive.
Oh, God.
That's the kind of open-minded, progressive, forward-thinking visionary you want to be with. But do you see what I'm saying? All he's ever given you are words. And when his words don't line up with his actions, you have to ask yourself, which has more bearing on in terms of being able to tell me what kind of person this really is?
But he's always said that his words to me aren't just words.
Then why don't his actions match them?
Because of stuff in his past.
So the stuff in his past made him call you a bitch.
Yes.
And ask stuff in his past made him ask Ember for a picture of her vagina.
Well,
What stuff in his past made him do those things?
well, he said stuff in his past because
What
of.
stuff in his past made him
He
do those
said
things?
Amanda James made him call me.
Amanda James made him call you a bitch. Do you believe that? Does that make any sense to you?
Well, I'm just telling you what he
How
told me.
did Amanda James make him a bitch? Make him call you a bitch? How did she manage to do that?
He said something about her, like, she said that her niece was her daughter or something, like her daughter was her niece, and somebody,
That's why he called you a bitch.
like,
Because she said her niece was her daughter 20 years ago, he had to call you a bitch?
and he said that he didn't go on a date for 2 years because of her.
What is the worst mistake you think you've ever made? What is the worst thing that you've ever done intentionally? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but think of something that you would say, I really shouldn't have done that. And I did it intentionally. I didn't do it accidentally.
Let me think.
Have you ever stolen anything?
Well, that is funny because that was what we were talking about that made my dad cry, which the only other time I've seen him cry, when I was a teenager, me and my friend, we went to the mall and we had stolen some stuff out of a store. And, like, I had never done anything bad, never gotten in any kind of trouble or anything. And here's the mall cop calling my dad to come get me, you know. And he cried. He wasn't bawling, but tears were coming out of his eyes. And so when I saw...
How old were you?
I was maybe 15, 16.
Let's go with 16. Anybody ever call you a name when you were younger than 16?
Did they ever call me a name?
Yeah, you know how kids are. Kids call each other names. Kids are mean sometimes. Anybody ever call you a name when you were a little kid?
Yeah, like when I was 15, the guy who, my little 15-year-old boyfriend called me. When I was 15, my little 15-year-old boyfriend called me the B word.
Yeah, that's right. You told me about that. You said your mother was very upset. Now, when the 15-year-old called you a bitch, when you were 15, did that make you go and shoplift from the wall when you were 16?
Oh, no, no, not at all.
How on earth did Amanda James telling Lorne that her daughter was her niece compel him to call Amber drunk and ask for a picture of her vagina and call you a bitch 20 years later? How on earth does one thing cause the other?
Because he said that,
I know what he said. I'm asking you to explain how that works. How does that work? How does the Amanda James daughter thing from 20 years before, how does that make him in 2017 call Ember and call you a bitch and ask for a picture of her vagina? How does one thing make the other happen?
because if I'm playing with him, I don't know outside of what he told me.
Right. You know why you don't know?
Why?
Because that doesn't make any sense. Because that is him blaming his actions on something totally unrelated, because he doesn't want to take responsibility for them.
Well, why?
He doesn't want to be the guy that called Ember drunk, asked for a picture of her vagina, and called you a bitch. He doesn't want to be that guy. So it must be Amanda James from 20 years ago. That's what made him do it. That doesn't make any damn sense, and you know it. And the reason you're quiet right now, the reason you're struggling for words right now, is because I have brought you to a place where intellectually you can't escape the truth of what I'm saying.
But I'm not.
You cannot construct an argument
But
what I'm telling you right now.
But
You can't find the words.
if
You're struggling right now. You can't put that together. Because I'm right. And I'm irrefutably right. And there's nothing you can say in refutation of the point I've just made. And you know it.
But
So stop defending him. He shouldn't have done it. And he did it because he's a bastard. Because he decided to do this thing. Because he wanted to do this thing. And he didn't give a damn in that moment whether it was right or wrong. He just wanted to do it, so he did it. And that's selfish. And it's dangerous.
I've called him selfish before, and he's told me that he's the least selfish person that there is.
Of course he told you that. He's also told you that he's devoted to you, and we know that's not true. And he told you that he wouldn't drink and be abusive for 3 months, and we know that's not true. And he said that he didn't try to have sex with a 13-year-old girl, and we know that's not true.
Well, I mean,
The real question is, does this guy ever tell the truth? Not, does he ever lie? Sounds to me like all the man does is lie.
Well, he's 2 weeks into the 3-month thing.
But you made the rules more than 2 weeks ago, didn't you?
Yeah.
So why isn't he more than 2 weeks in?
Because he got drunk the next night.
That's right. What did that tell us?
But he
I
said
know this
that...
stuff isn't easy to face up to. This is what we call tough love. I'm telling you what you need to hear, even if it doesn't feel good to hear it.
Well, I was going to tell you why he got drunk and why he gets drunk. And
Do you think it's going to change my position on the issue? You can tell me. I'll listen. I'll let you tell me. But do you think it's going to have any effect at all on what I'm saying right now?
well, maybe if you just hear me out. And I'm not saying...
You're over the evening. You haven't done it once yet. You haven't once successfully defended anything he's done. But I'll give you another shot. Give it another try. Go ahead.
All right. Well, this is what he told me, and
Well, reliable witness.
I'm not saying I agree with it, but I'm just saying why. He told me that he gets drunk and he calls me names, and it's because, the doctor friend of mine who is so popular around my social circle and with my mom, well, he doesn't like the fact that he and I are so close.
Okay.
And so he said that makes him drink.
Okay. It makes him drink.
He said that makes him drink.
Makes him drink.
So in a way, I guess it's my fault.
It's your fault that he drinks because it makes him drink.
Because the doctor hits on me and we're close, and he said that's what causes him to drink.
Well, have you ever driven to a donut restaurant because you thought you were going to have the opportunity to have sex with the doctor?
Have I done what you said?
Have you ever driven to a donut restaurant because you thought the doctor was waiting there for you to have sex with him?
Oh, no, Dunkin' Donuts not vegan. I wouldn't go there.
The vegan donut store? Have you ever hit on the doctor? Have you ever? Let me broaden the question a little bit.
Okay.
And you feel free to be honest. Have you ever been unfaithful to Lorne in the time that you two have been what you would call committed to each other or together, or whatever it is? Have you ever been unfaithful to him?
I can better that, and he doesn't believe me, but I have never been unfaithful to anybody I've ever dated, ever in my entire life.
Well, if the doctor is interested in you, have you made it clear to him that you are involved with someone else?
I mean, the doctor doesn't. His position in this is kind of like almost like Ramona's just like buying time. I don't know how to describe it because I don't know. I mean, he's not. He doesn't think that Ramona is in anything serious. He's thinking, Ramona's not in anything serious. This is just, I don't know what he thinks, but I know he absolutely 100% still thinks that he has a chance, and I accidentally told Lorne one day, well, I don't know if it was accident. It was kind of like one of those things where the truth slips out. I told him that if he and I weren't together, then I would definitely go for the doctor, and I told him if he and I broke up, then I would definitely be with the doctor.
And is that how you feel now?
What do you mean?
I mean, are you attracted to the doctor? And do you think that's something you would be interested in pursuing if Lorne weren't in the picture?
I mean, I would. I won't lie. I would. I of course haven't told any. I mean, he knows that. I told him that, and I told him that a while ago. But I'm not going to tell my mom that or anything. Like, my parents don't need to know that because that'll just make them even more crazy. But
let me tell me something about this doctor. He, how close is he to you, to your age?
Maybe he's about 3.5, 4 years older. 3.5 years older.
So, and he's practicing surgery. You said, is he? obviously, he got an early start in his education. Obviously, he's established himself professionally.
He's a freak because he, like, in school, he skipped 2 grades. I think he skipped...
I did too, if that's what you're looking for in a guy. I'm telling you that...
he skipped... I think he skipped 1st grade and 7th grade. I'm kidding. I know I'm kidding. I'm wrong, but something like that. I think he skipped an elementary and a middle school grade, and so that put him graduating from high school when he was, like, I think 15 or something ridiculous. But also because of his and I did this too, going to college early, but he did it way earlier than me in the sense that he, because he had all his college credits, so when he was in what was supposed to be 12th grade, when he was like 15, I think, and he was in 12th grade, he actually... And I did this too. I went to college half day and then high school half day. And so he started college at something ridiculous like 15. I mean, it was insane. Hey, you got disconnected.
Hey, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can. Where did I cut off when you got disconnected?
Oh, we were just talking about how prodigious the doctor is.
Well, I was just telling you about education credentials, and like where did I cut? Well, I had basically said that like I started college early. I started college when I was 16, but because he had skipped 2 grades, and so when he was in 12th grade, he was 15, he was able to also do college early. So he did, just like I did, he did half a day of school, half a day of college, but the guy started college when he was 15.
Yeah. Yeah, he sounds like, look, I'm going to tell you something about guys like that, and I hope this doesn't sound too self-aggrandizing, but, I throw myself in there too in terms of talking about guys men that sort of have it together. It's important for a man to have a sense of what he wants to do and who he wants to be. Now, that comes differently for different people, different ages. Some people are able to find that aspect of themselves early, and it takes longer for other people. I'm going to say that if someone still doesn't have that sense of themselves when they're 47, that's a huge red flag. And I would say that for someone like your friend, or this other friend that your mother was telling me about, the store manager, the fellow that lives next to you, you said, and she was telling me a little bit about him, and he's very successful as well, and sort of self-made. That he's got his head on right, and he's building a life, and he knows where he's going, and that sort of thing. Those are important tells about sort of the caliber of a person. And I'll say, for myself, I'm not that much older than you are, and I've got to practice, and I knew what I wanted to do at an early age, and I feel I've been successful. And you need someone like me, or your doctor friend, or your manager friend, someone that, to use an old term that my grandfather used to use, that's kind of crude, but apropos here. Someone who has their shit together. Right? Lorne doesn't have his shit together. He's all over the place. He's a mess. And for you, he would just be an anchor around your neck. You can understand what I mean by that, right?
But
I mean, even if you let's start here. Even if you don't feel it, and or it conflicts with some emotional attachment that you have to him, intellectually, objectively, you understand what I'm saying, right? I mean, you can see my point. These guys are better candidates exponentially in every respect. Obviously, you're attracted, or at least have the potential to be attracted to one of them, to the doctor. You and I have, I think, developed a certain rapport here tonight, a certain cadence to our dialogue, and I've enjoyed it very much, and I think you have too. And I don't say what I mean by that is that I can see the value that you have as a woman, as a potential mate, a partner, you know. And you need to see that. You need to be able to see that. Maybe it doesn't, maybe what you need is a friend, somebody who can give you a sense of what it means, of how it feels, and what it's like to be sociable, to socialize with someone who's a cut above, so to speak, someone who has that indefinable something that makes them, if not irresistible, then certainly intriguing at the least. You know, as I said to you before, I feel like, in addition to being your therapist, that I'm your friend. And when the time comes for us to terminate our professional relationship, our patient-practitioner relationship, I'm happy to be your friend to a larger degree. You know, just to spend time with you, hang around with you, do some of the things that upwardly mobile people like us do, and show you how it feels in a no pressure sort of test run, you know, where you can say, hey, I like this lifestyle, you know, and then maybe you pursue the doctor at some point, or you pursue your friend, the manager, at some point, after you've developed a certain level of comfort with me, or for example. And that's what you need. I mean, that's what your life is missing. And as long as you have this bizarre emotional attachment to Lorne, you're never going to be able to obtain those things. I want you to think about how it made you feel when you found out about his tryst or his rendezvous at the donut restaurant, at the donut shop. What would have happened there and how it made you feel. I want you to think about how it makes you feel when he calls you a bitch, whether it's to your face or to someone else, because he's trying to get her to send him naked pictures of herself because he's drunk again after he told you he wouldn't drink anymore. Think about how that made you feel in those moments. And what I want you to do, instead of pushing that feeling down and ignoring it, is I want you to hold on to it tight. Put it in your proverbial hand and hold on to it. Because even though it hurts and it feels bad, it's your ticket to freedom. It's time for you to get in touch with your feelings instead of denying them.
And I've gotten so good at stuffing the feeling down, and
Mm-hmm.
and it's avoiding things has kind of become a part of my life now. Case in point, prior to the last year, when my phone would go off, I'd get all excited, like, you know, oh, I have a text message, or oh, I have a call, you know, because like I never knew who it was, and to me, it's always exciting whenever I get a text message, and you know, and now it is too. It's always been, and probably always will be, because it's someone who wants to talk to me, or that's someone who has something to say to me. And so if somebody wants to make contact with me, I'm really happy about that. I genuinely am. Or if they call me. But hold on, let me tell you this though. But now it's like I don't really get.
However much of this facade is real in terms of your persona, he's got good taste, at least by doing that. That's about the only thing he's got going for him.
I mean, literally. I mean, because he spent the entire time he has been sending me kind of damage control messages, but nothing of substance. And it's like, I think you've become the new doctor, because which is gonna make poor Kyle so jealous. But I mean, it's like let's see, I don't even know how to count them, but like starting here, and let's see, I'm gonna start scrolling.
Can you forward them to me? I want to know. I don't ever use my real phone for like internet things, just because you got to be safe and stuff. But you know, whenever I sent you that text message, is because I was like, man, we've got to be able to communicate off the grid here.
Yes.
Because we've got to be able to do that, and so I just I'm glad I did though, because I think that really helps us for you to be able to coach me and stuff.
Yeah, ditto. Because you know, if you say if you want me to say something, I'll say it for sure. And this is great. I mean, he is so pissed. But what you said about the hidden agenda, why is it okay for him to have an agenda but them?
Yeah.
Like, that was brilliant. I mean, he really had no defense for this. So, like, I mean, just looking, it's just like...
all of this shit is stuff that he has had coming to him for so long.
It's like...
he needed to hear.
This guy has told...
No, I was just going to say that my approach to this project tonight was to say, I as much as I possibly can without giving away my cover, I've got to be the voice of the Church of God tonight.
Yes.
These are things that people have wanted to say to him, have said about him when discussing this ongoing saga, and I was so excited to finally get an opportunity to say some of it to him.
It's brilliant. This guy has told you some bullshit lies and has hit on you when he's married. What else? Like, this guy is trying to convince you that I'm something I'm not. Here's the brilliant part. So after you had talked about how he taught the girl how to masturbate, he said, what's troubling is that I truly intended to just be nice and give her someone to talk to because nobody else would talk to her. I never meant it to turn sexual.
This fucking clown, man. See, that's the kind of bullshit. You know, there's times when you think about everything that this operation has done to him, and you can feel like maybe a momentary tinge of compassion, not to say, yeah, this would be a pretty shitty thing for people to do to anybody, but then you remind yourself who this guy is and what he's about, and it's that kind of stuff like you just read that does that. You say, fucking, this guy will not, he just won't own who he is and what he's done, and as long as that's who he is and who he chooses to be, fuck him, man, to hell with him. Let's just crap on him until he's dead.
When you talked about the condoms thing, he said she asked me to bring condoms and a gift. Like, I don't know about you, but if a 13-year-old boy asked me to bring condoms and a gift, I'm going to say, okay, I'm not bringing you anything, and I'm not coming.
Yeah, that's you guys have been over that so many times in the recordings about the condoms and why he brought the condoms and this and that. And my thought was always the same. Why, when she asked you if you brought the condoms, You gleefully answered, yes, I
Yes,
did.
I did.
That blows your whole defense, man. It's so obvious. I was so excited to be able to finally hit him with that tonight. Or, I wish, that's something I wish I could have done while he was on the line, or while I knew he was on the line, because I would have loved to hear him try to him and Han weasel his way out of that. But that was, that felt good. I think there's going to be a lot of people in the churches here, when they hear that part, they're going to say, hell yeah, finally somebody said it.
And
Because I understand why you never did, because that's a game winner. There's no coming back from that one. And that's one of those terminal things that you can't say, because your whole objective here is just to keep this thing going.
Yeah, and well, here's the thing. Did you notice how I completely, you hear the recordings and you hear me say things similar to what you said, but did you see how I completely took a submissive role? And
yeah, it was so good. It's so good, man.
So what do you mean? I completely backed it up, and well, what do you mean? Can he change? I completely did a 180 from what Ramona usually is, because that's the old Ramona. That's how I started out, and and that's what made him fall in love or whatever, is the fact that
it has the psychological effect of reassuring him, because I've had relationships where we fought like cats and dogs. Half of all we did was fight, have arguments. So it's not good. But when I was younger and stuff, and but the good ones, no matter how pissed off we are at each other, when it comes to other people, like her parents, my parents, that kind of thing, it's a united front. You know what I mean? We can be really pissed off at each other, but we've always got each other's backs when outsiders come in.
Yeah.
And that's what he needed to hear from you tonight, because you've been really, really hard on him.
Mm-hmm.
But what he saw from you tonight was devotion when it counts, when from his perspective it counts. And that, you just bought yourself a lot of time with him in terms of offset all of the clues that he should get out of this, because you're fucking with him. But that's the kind of thing that he'll mentally latch onto, and use that to justify staying in this as long as for a whole lot longer. So it was a masterful play on your part,
because I could have played it off I don't know. How do I get out of it? No, but my thing is, let you do the bashing, and I do the defending, and plus it'll make a good listen for the church, because they know it's fake, so they'll say wow, Ramona, she's really played, she really dumbed it down, because usually they're used to me sounding like you did, okay, you brought condoms to fuck a 13-year-old, but now I was you've turned into the doctor. Now why is it so hard to tell him you need to get off the phone? What should I say?
You want to call him and I'll
hold on. Let's let him stew for a minute. Let's let him get jealous. He's telling me a funny story. He's being goofy.
Hell yeah.
And telling me a funny story. I'll call shortly.
Oh, it feels so good.
Oh, doesn't it? It feels like I don't know. It feels good.
Man, I forgot about that Casey and JoJo song until you
I love that song.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to listen to it.
That story was a half truth. I did. We were when I moved from Seattle back to Texas. I had a girlfriend at the time that rode down with me, and we stopped in Vegas and all that. So that part of it was, but she kept playing that fucking song, man, over and over again. That one and the Shaggy song. I got so sick of those damn songs.
Oh my gosh! How old are you, by the way?
I am 39, 35, 30, 39, 35, 39. Sorry, that's Anthony Columbo joke. Anyway, but
so you're a couple
I'm 39.
So you're a couple months away from the big 4-0.
Yeah, man. Well, I already turned 39 for the year, so I got another year.
Oh, okay. So you just had a birthday. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Fortunately, I can enjoy not being 40 for a little bit longer, but man, I don't mind. I'm so happy to be like to me, because wisdom comes with age, and like, you know what I mean. Like, if you do it right, this is a good time to be alive. I wouldn't go back to the frustrations that come with being. You're 25, right?
Nope, I'm 30.
Are you 30 right on? Okay, so you're kind of out of it too. You're out of being in your 20s is great. I mean, I'm not saying. I mean, it was an awesome time, but like, I got money. I got stability. I know where I'm at. I know who I am. All those kind of things.
Oh yeah.
I can pretty much do what I want to do, and it's a struggle when you're younger.
He's so mad. Oh gosh, he's so mad. This is so great. It is like, I mean, it's funny though, because I look at people like, I mean, at 30 years old, and I'm still excited about what I'm going to learn every day and the wisdom I'm going to gain. Because I mean, I swear, I don't know what happened over the last, I would say 2 years. But, like, I think in the last 2 years, I gained more wisdom than in the last, than in the first, 5 years of my 20s. And I look at people like Lorne, and I'm like, where is that wisdom? Like, he shows zero.
Right. No, that's what I meant when I was talking about, when he said he's going to be the guy he was when he was 25 again.
Yeah. And
that's what I meant when I was talking about how, if you're trying to be 25 again when you're 50, you're all wrong. You're all wet, man. You haven't gotten it. And for someone to be so devoid of any kind of insight and understanding and wisdom at that age, he's the kind of guy that makes the same stupid mistakes over and over again, and he probably will for the rest of his life. And if it were, I know guys like that. You probably do. I mean, people like that. I'm sure you do too. Most of us do. People they just think small. They don't know how to think beyond what's right in front of them, and they can never broaden their perception of the world, and so they never learn from their mistakes. They never learn from other people's mistakes. They never learn from their victories. They just go through the motions, and it's like running into a wall over and over again, and they never seem to understand that they don't have to keep running into that same wall. And like I said, I have friends like that, and I have people in my family like that, and I hurt for them. I wish I could fix them. I mean, it's sad to see people like that. But then when it's somebody like Lorne, who tried to be a child rapist, fuck him if he says different, and who is an alcoholic.
Yeah.
If he's not an alcoholic, he's right in that wheelhouse. Who's abusive, he's a fucking dickhead. He has no redeeming qualities as a human being.
None.
And like the joke I always used to make when I first got into the TCAP stuff was, these people don't have human rights. They exist for our amusement. They exist so that we can fuck with them and make, and I always say, I don't want Lorne to die. I want him to live the longest life he can, and I want every day to be more miserable than the day before. That's what he deserves for choosing to be the person that he is, and it's nobody's fault but his that he's that guy. It's not the fucking cousin who didn't give him the devil days 30 years ago or whatever.
Oh gosh, I know the brother and the sister and another brother were supposed to give him mac and cheese and meatballs and deviled eggs, and it's like, it's like sometimes there is that, wow, I feel kind of bad for him thing. But then he does something abusive, and it's like, yeah, I don't feel bad for him. Like, I remember one day we were on the phone. He's we've got to figure out a way for me to learn that you have a big penis so that you can be like horse dink number 2.
I would say do this because I don't think there's any way to play that angle without either being super obvious or just like he's going to say, "What the fuck? You're just fucking with me." I think what you should do is like if you want to play up the good looks, the physique. You know, you could say he's tall and he's built well and whatever else. You know, like he said,
he's cute. He's built well. He's good build.
Maybe say that I told you a story about how I was a competitive weight trainer, bodybuilder when I was young. You know, something stupid like that. So make it about the looks, about the sexuality, but do it in a discreet way, in a subtle way. You know, so that it's not quite so crude as the well, he's got a big dick. You know, because that'll be enough for him to be afraid that whenever you look at me, you're wishing you could see my body, or you have these fantasies, you know, whatever else. That a lot of times goes further to drive us wild as men. Is the implication.
So you were an MMA guy.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you want. You could tell him that I was a bodybuilder, that I competed as a bodybuilder or something, and I have the physique to prove it. I, you know, make some comment about me being built, or you know, it's not too far from the truth.
You sound like a guy who's built. Like that's what I get from your voice, which sounds really weird. But that's what it sounds like. Like you don't sound like a really scrawny guy.
No, I mean I trained. I started lifting again about 4 years ago, so I had gotten out of it for a long time, and I just decided I kept telling myself I'm going to get back into it. So I have a spare room in my house, and bought a power rack, and I had some equipment from when I used to lift. And anyway, turned it into a gym and tore up the floors, and now there's dents all over the walls, and I'm going to have to fix all that shit someday.
Oh my gosh. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's okay. So you were telling me stories from when you were, from when you were a weightlifter. You're so goofy. And,
yeah. You tell him, you know what you could tell him?
What?
This would be good. This is a true story. So you could, but you could use this, as an entree into, because like you could say, well, we were relating to each other, and he suffered a training injury just like I did, right? So you could tell him the story because this is a true, and this happened to me a few years ago. I was doing deadlifts. No, I wasn't. I was doing bent over rows, you know, barbell rows, and I had I've got these. I don't know if you're into weight training or not, but there's these things called Holland hooks. You know what I'm talking about? Have you ever, like, basically the wrist straps with these metal hooks that go into, okay, you know, so, because, you know, they help with the grip on heavy lifts. And so I was doing rows, and I think I was doing deadlifts, because there was a lot of weight on the bar. Anyway, so I set the weight, I set the bar down, and I had those hooks on, and I overexerted myself, so I was like faint in the head, you know, and so I lost my balance and I fell forward. But because I had those hooks on the bar, I couldn't get either hand off in time to catch myself, and I fell right into a weight plate on my face, and I didn't do any damage to my face, thank goodness. But that, I mean, it knocked me out. Like I was out. I was probably out for 15 to 20 seconds.
Holy crap!
Yeah, and it fucked up my shin because the bar has, you know, the knurling on it. So anyway, it was like, I don't know why I told that story, but because it was funny because like I don't use those hooks anymore because they do work to help with the grip, but man, if I'm gonna start falling over and I can't, I mean, I was like, if that had happened any other way, if I had caught that plate on my face and my head any other way,
gosh.
I mean, it could have knocked my teeth out or who knows what. But,
that's the first thing I thought of is, oh my gosh, how many teeth did he have to get replaced?
Man, it's so bad. It's so bad. And it was, anyway, it was just, I'm trying to think of why I did something wrong, because usually you could just push the bar out. Oh, I know what it was. That's what it was. When I put the bar down, I had these plates in front of the load on one side, so I couldn't push the bar away. That's what it was. Because normally all you would have to do is just change the position of the bar a little bit to catch your balance, you know. But the bar was there. I had a stack of weights in front of it. That's what happened. Anyway. But you could tell him that story and exaggerate it. Tell him I knocked my teeth out and I had to get new teeth or something like that.
No, I don't want to take away your natural beauty. Oh my gosh, he's getting so mad. He's like, talk to your fucking date all fucking. He just said, talk to your fucking date all fucking. I'm going to bed. I'm going to fucking bed. Oh god.
Don't let him go to sleep. Call him.
All right. All right, go on mute. I'm calling him.
All right.
Lorne?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's going on?
You sure you want to talk to me? You don't want to talk to that fuck anymore?
What are you talking
Why
about?
couldn't you just tell him? I mean, I think the show has been long enough. We're in unprofessional territory here. It's a fucking personal call, and he asked you on a fucking date. That's not a therapy thing.
Norm, what are you
That's
talking?
bullshit that it's not a fucking date. It's a fucking date. You made a goddamn date on the phone. I was on the fucking phone with this cocksucker.
Norm,
This fucking guy ain't doing anything for you. He's bashing me is all he's doing. He's bashing me and he's asking you out on a date while I'm on the fucking phone listening to the bullshit. And you said yes.
Lauren, what are you talking about?
He asked you on a fucking date.
It's not a date, Lauren.
Bullshit, it's not a fucking date. He asked you out to dinner. Not as a professional thing. As a friendship thing. The bullshit is a friendship thing. He's trying to work his way. Just like the fucking doctor.
Oh
What
god.
a fucking asshole in the goddamn mix.
He's not. He's a great guy. I mean, he's not hitting on me. And
Barry Viner. The bullshit he's not hitting on you. He hit on you the whole fucking time. Barry Viner. I'm gonna have Allie check this motherfucker out.
by the way, you can have her check him out. He changed. I'm not going to tell you which part of his name, but he changed part of his name.
Of course he did. The fucking guy. That's bullshit right there. You stayed on the phone after I tell you I'm hanging up. That motherfucker was having a personal conversation with you. He violated that shit so bad it was unbelievable. That motherfucker ain't a professional and he's not a good therapist. All that was a Lorne bashing session and a personal conversation.
What are you
I
talking?
hit on you.
What are you talking about? He did not hit on me.
Bullshit. There were so many fucking times he continuously said that, even though I'm married, he basically said, even though I'm married, I want to take you out. Oh, what a big surprise. The motherfucker's getting a divorce. But gee, I wonder why. He's going to blame it all on his wife? He didn't do anything? Yeah, okay. She's not going to marry him, then turn around and go to the fucking guy that was supposedly beating her, supposedly, from what he says. Because his story is going to be fucking good to make him look good. Another fucking asshole in the mix. Isn't that funny how Allie never ever called you a loser? Gene never called you a fucking loser. They both actually said maybe this girl's trying to help you. We don't know.
But Lorne, look at the difference between me. Now, you heard me sit there and defend you and whatnot. I defended you, but Lorne, you're comparing me to you and saying that Lorne, how are you?
I haven't been on a fucking date.
Okay, Lorne, how are you trying to help me when you get drunk and you call me names and you curse me out?
I'm not getting drunk anymore.
For the last...
I'm sober. But when I'm fucking sober and some goddamn guy is hitting on you and asking you out on a fucking date and you say yes, and then you stay on the phone after I fucking hang up, and after multiple times of telling you, you need to get off the phone with this guy. This was not a fucking therapy call. This was personal shit.
First of all, Lorne, you're saying that, you know, that they say that maybe I'm trying to help you, which you rarely say. But, Lorne, how could my therapist say that you're trying to help me? What are you doing that's helping me?
This fucking guy is not a therapist. He's a joke. A therapist doesn't go around calling somebody a loser. And they don't fucking put only their opinion in when it's all that they do is talk. A therapist lets you talk so he can hear what you're saying. So he can hear how you feel. So he can get you to talk about things. He doesn't fucking sit there and talk about things all and not let you talk. That motherfucker, all he was doing was talking. Bashing me.
What did he say that was untrue?
What he said that was untrue. Does he really know me? Am I a loser?
No, I mean, I'm just asking, like, the things that were untrue that he said. Because, I mean, you had said that he didn't know you, and I wanted to know what you would say if he were face-to-face with him.
Yeah, you don't have him on fucking three-way, do you?
Of course not.
You didn't use the phone, did you?
Of course not. I told you, I let you stay on three-way because I didn't know, first of all, I didn't know that we would talk so long. But second of all, you know, I wanted to be open and honest and let you hear everything that he was going to say. Yeah, but
all this guy was doing was fucking bashing me.
What did he?
A therapist doesn't do that.
What did he say that was untrue?
He's trying to make me out to look like a loser. He called me a fucking loser. I'm far from a fucking loser. I can make fucking 10 times the amount of money in a year that he can fucking make. All the talent that I have, I can make him look like a fucking sad individual. And he's been through fucking therapy school? That must have been one hell of a pathetic school that he went to. What he didn't do, get his fucking degree from McDonald's?
I didn't know McDonald's had degrees, but I mean,
in his case, he probably do. Probably got it out of a Happy Meal.
I didn't know you could get those. But I mean, as you know, as you've heard me do before, I looked him up and I found his house and like I did a property search thing and he didn't lie.
I don't care what the fuck he has. I'm not in a competition for money.
I didn't say you were. I'm just saying, like, I was just surprised because I looked him up as soon as my parents gave me his name as who we were going to be seeing. And I was like, that can't be the right guy. And it turned out it was. And he has a $1.3 million house.
Good for him.
You know, and
Give a fuck less about what he has.
No, I was just surprised.
But he has not. He has no fucking coup.
Because the doctor's house is, and I don't want to say only, but only worth $1.5 million, and the doctor is a doctor, and for him to have that really surprised me. For him to have
a fucking so-called therapist has anything, I'm surprised. The therapist does not go around calling people losers. And a therapist doesn't get in an argument with somebody like that on the fucking phone or even in a session.
Well, He didn't argue.
Allie and Gene and my probation officer, none of them, even Mitchell, none of them ever called you a loser.
Lorne, why would they call me a loser? Like, there's nothing I've ever done that would give credence to that idea.
Even with doubts in their head about you being who you actually are, they still have not said me any downward bullshit about you. Other than we don't know what she's about. You've never met her. They never called you a loser, and they never put you down in any way. Other than telling you don't really know that that's who you're talking to. That's the only thing that they have said.
Well, they've said that. Well, my people around me have said that about you because a lot of people now believe that you're toxic based on hearing calls where you called me names.
And that shit's over.
But the fact
I'm not going to continue living my present with shit that I did wrong in the past.
But the reason why
it's not a way for me to move forward.
So the reason why they're like saying that I should leave is because it happened to begin with.
Because it happened to begin with, I can't change.
And they're saying that that should never have happened, and that's why I should leave.
No, they shouldn't have. They shouldn't have, because I never should have had to feel like that. We got a world of fucking dishonesty all around us. And it's a lot for me to realize that people are dishonest, and I need to watch out. That's why it's taken so much for me to get to completely trust you, so I don't have any questions.
And my therapist said that, you know, there's no excuse for the things that I've been called.
Oh, it's not. I thought it was my own insecurity. I'm not going to call me a fucking date.
Lorne, why are you...
a therapist, because it went from therapy to fucking personal to date, right back to personal again. I never went to fucking therapy to begin with.
It was therapy, and I always, like,
All he did was bash me. That is not therapy.
What did he say?
Listening to what you have to say is therapy, so that you can get the frustrations out in you.
What did he say?
Give his opinion. It doesn't mean he goes and bashes me and tells me to lose and all this shit.
What did he say that wasn't true?
Am I really a person that can't hold down a job?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Well, I mean, you've had jobs before, and you're going and you're gonna have an interview, and you're gonna get another job.
This guy is fucking saying it like I'm never going to work again, like you're going to be the one supporting me. That shit ain't going to fucking happen. I don't believe in that shit. I never have. I wasn't raised to be like that. But this motherfucker, he's saying, he's putting shit in your head to try to make me look bad. But he doesn't even fucking know me. This guy he doesn't need to know shit about me. He certainly doesn't need to know fucking shit about you seeing my asshole. I don't know why the hell you thought you had to tell him that.
Well, my reasoning in telling him that was I needed to tell him about the pussy and tits video, and that was part of it. Because you had called me a bitch because, I don't remember why you called me a bitch, but you had said something about your literal asshole, and I've never shared your, as you called it, literal asshole, and I never would.
Is this guy on three-way?
No! Why would you ask me that?
because.
Oh, great answer. I wonder if everyone should answer their dissertation with that. So, why is the sky blue? Because. Why does rain fall out of the sky?
Because how do I know you didn't tell him that I was mad and you wanted him to hear how I sound when I'm mad? So you put him on three-way.
Lorne.
And tell him to mute it.
Lorne, do you not get it? I don't want anybody around me to know how you get when you are mad. My parents have heard you drunk and screaming at me and cursing at me and calling me names, and I'm freaking horrified by it. I don't want anyone.
How can I not be mad when you make a fucking date with the goddamn guy that's supposed to be a therapist that doesn't even do a therapist's job? He hits on you when he's supposed to be giving you therapy. He gets personal with you when he's supposed to be doing therapy. He violates therapist codes, therapist conduct. The therapist's client privileges, he violates that shit by getting personal with you. Allie doesn't get personal with me. Gina doesn't get personal with me. Or didn't. Or even my probation officer doesn't get personal with me.
But
The only thing I know about Allie is that her grandfather and her mother own a business together in Skowhegan, and then her husband's a cop. That's all I know about Allie. I don't even know where she went to school. I certainly don't know anything at all, and I know that they own a small farm. That her and her husband own a small farm. That's all I know about Allie. I don't know personal shit about Allie. I don't know stories about Allie. No, it's not her job to tell me her stories. It's her job to listen to what I have to say, to my frustration, to what's going on with me. Not to give me her personal stories, and then fucking tell me that my girlfriend's a loser.
well, he's the
He's not a good therapist.
I find that he is. I think he did make some good points.
What? That your boyfriend's a loser?
I didn't say that.
That you should go out to dinner with him? That fucking dinner date must be cut the fuck off. That's bullshit.
It is not bullshit, and it's not a date.
It's a date. That is not a therapy date. A therapist does not ask its client out for fucking dinner.
It's not.
How can you not see that? How can you think I'm going to be all right with that shit? I'm not.
It's not a date.
If I say cut it off, you'll tell me you cut it off, and then you go out with him anyway.
No, I'm not going to say I'm going to cut it off because I'm not going to cut it off. I'm not going to lie to
That's
you.
a fucking date.
No, but see, here's the thing. I'm not going to lie to you.
Is it just you and him?
Yes.
It's a fucking date, and you better not go on it.
It is not a date.
Fucking date, Ramona. What do you think Allie's going to tell me when I tell her about this?
Lorne, she's the same.
What do you think she's going to say?
Lorne, first of all, she can say what she wants to say. She's never met me, nor has she met the therapist.
I tell you, you're putting us in jeopardy by doing this shit.
Lorne, it's not a date.
A goddamn fucking date.
Lorne, it's not a date, and you can't control me.
It's a fucking date. It's not a matter of controlling you, Ramona. It's something that you don't do. When you have a boyfriend, you don't make a fucking date with someone else.
It's not.
It's a fucking date.
It is not.
That's not control. That's showing no respect for me.
I am respectful. He's a very nice guy.
Really?
He has a lot of insights, and
A lot of insight that your boyfriend is a fucking loser and he's trying to bash me every chance he gets, asking you on a fucking date,
no, because
wanting to be your friend, and maybe it'll build him to more, which is what he said.
no, because it's
Goddamn dating, you better not fucking go on it, because you're putting us in jeopardy with that fucking bullshit. That's just something that I'm tired of that shit. I got tired of that shit with a fucking doctor, and now this cocksucker is going to come in? No. That's just not going to fucking happen.
Lorne, it's not a date.
It's a fucking date,
Saying
and you better cut it off.
Lorne, I keep saying that. It's not a date. He's a very nice...
You told them already that your client and fucking therapist thing is going to be done.
That was obvious. I knew that.
Asked you on a date.
Lorne, it is not a date. And plus...
Goddamn date.
It's not.
The fucking date. You don't cut it off. Then it's really putting us in a lot of fucking jeopardy, because I'm tired of that shit.
Well, bring it on, Alex. Bring it on, because it's not a date.
It's a fucking date. Don't tell me bring it on, Alex. You're the one that's bringing it on. You're the one that's bringing it on by saying yes to a fucking dinner date with your so-called therapist.
I'll take it's not a date unless we kiss for 500.
I don't see how you think this is fucking funny, because this is not funny. You made a date over the phone with me on the phone.
Lorne, it's not a date.
A fucking date. You think I'm going to be... you think I'm going to be done like that? No. No. You're not going to do me like that.
Lorne, nobody's trying to do you. It's not a date.
A fucking date. It's not a fucking joke.
First of all, and when we hung up, or when you hung up, rather, I should say, he did not badmouth you. He told me some funny stories of when he was wrestling, and I talked a little bit about some vegan foods, and
you got more personal.
Oh, gosh. And we're going to try out a new vegan restaurant.
You get more personal with somebody that's supposed to be your therapist.
Lorne, it's...
And you're going on a dinner date with them.
Lorne,
isn't that fucked up?
It is not a date.
I really wouldn't push me on this one, Mother, because that shit has gone on too much.
And it'll be nice.
It went on too much with the fucking doctor. Now you got this fucking guy here involved.
I'm honest with you. I'm not saying, well, I'll tell him that it's off, and then I really go. I'm always honest with you. And
be honest with me, and cut the fucking thing off and actually cut it off.
And plus...
If you're going on a date when you have a boyfriend, you're going on a date with another guy when you have a fucking boyfriend. That is so disrespectful, it's unbelievable.
Lord,
I cannot even fucking believe you said yeah. I swear to God that no was going to come out of your mouth. And you fucking said yeah. Are you fucking kidding me?
Lord, he is my therapist, and this is not a date.
He is not a fucking therapist. And that is not a therapy date. A therapist does not take his client out to fucking dinner. They hold their sessions in an office where it's just them two, and they discuss things. They do not take the clients out to dinner. Allie has never once asked me to go to dinner. And she's married. This guy is fucking married. And asked you out to dinner. And he hit on you the whole fucking time he was even talking to you.
First of all, I don't date married men. Second of all, this is not a date. Third of all,
Date.
if I was going to go on a date with him, I'd wait, I think he said 2 weeks, until his divorce is final. So,
Oh, Jay, that's special.
thank you.
Being sarcastic.
Unthank you. Lorne, stay calm. Everything's great.
I'm not staying calm until I know you cut the fucking date off and you actually mean it.
Lorne, I'm not going to not go to dinner with my therapist.
Of course not, because it's not a therapy session. It's a date.
It's
You
not.
made a date with another fucking guy with your boyfriend on the phone while you have a boyfriend.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. You made a date with your fucking boyfriend on the phone while you have a boyfriend. That makes it sound like I have 2 boyfriends.
While you, fine. You made a date with another guy while your boyfriend was on the phone. So your boyfriend could hear it.
Oh, good
How
God.
stupid do I fucking look?
Okay, Lauren, now you made it sound like I called you with him on three-way and said, oh, yeah, Lauren, you there? Okay, yeah. Therapist asked me out.
You know how to say the word no. You've told me no plenty of times. Why is it you said yes to a fucking dinner date with someone that's supposed to be a therapist?
It's not a dinner
Therapy
date.
sessions do not take place outside an office.
It's not a dinner date, or it's not a date, and I'm looking forward to learning more of what he has to offer.
To learning more about him, getting closer to him, and well, hell, might as well invite him over to your house and fucking have him. Maybe he can sleep over too.
Oh,
If you take a shower over your house, you'll see his fucking ass naked. Do you see your repetitive behavior here?
No, I don't.
No, of course not.
What are you trying to say?
It's a fucking doctor all over again.
How is this the doctor?
Same fucking thing. He's trying to get close to you. Next thing you know, he's going to be over your house. Then you're going to introduce him to your brother. He's going to like hanging around your brother. Then he's going to spend the night over your house. Then you're going to wind up seeing him naked. Then he's actually going to walk in on you naked.
Why is everybody naked in your fantasies?
Tell me, you're the one that gives me the stories. I cannot believe you said yes to a fucking dinner date with a therapist.
It's not. It's not.
I don't find anything funny about this.
Because I can't believe you're saying that me going out to dinner with him is a date.
It's a fucking date. Therapy sessions don't take place out to fucking dinner. They take place in one room where there's only 2 people able to talk. Now, out to dinner, where there's all kinds of fucking people all around, that's not privacy. That's not client-therapist confidentiality.
Did you hear what he said?
That's violation of fucking therapy. A therapist.
Did you hear what he said?
Huh?
Did you hear what he said? He wanted to show me friendship.
He wanted to what?
He wanted to show me friendship.
Show you friendship. Oh, jeez. It's a fucking date. He sucked you right into a goddamn date. While your boyfriend was fucking tested you, no.
I didn't see those messages that said no until after I had said yes.
Jesus. I shouldn't have to fucking tell you no. You have a boyfriend.
Lorne.
Why would you say yes?
I was not looking.
You don't go to fucking dinner with another guy when you get another fucking boyfriend?
I was not looking at it as a date. He even said.
It's a fucking date, bro. It is a date.
He even said, take me out platonically, show me friendship,
yeah,
and show me how.
You don't have enough friends. You have enough friends. You really need this guy for a fucking friend to be staying over your house and creating more problems between me and you?
I'm always accepting of new friends.
Friends are the only going to fucking hurt me and you.
So I shouldn't have more friends?
Well, when they're calling your fucking boyfriend a loser. Well, when they're telling you that they're your therapist and asking you out on a fucking date while he's got a wife. You better cut this fucking date off and you better fucking actually do it because this is fucking horse shit. This is horse shit that never should have fucking happened. It never should have been the first word that came out of your mouth.
Well, maybe the horse had to shit. I don't know, Lorne. I mean, like,
how can you not know? You have a boyfriend. When another guy asks you on a date, when he asks you out to fucking dinner, that's a date.
No,
that's not a therapy session. That's not just wanting to be a friendship. He's already planning a fucking divorce. He's trying to set it up so that he can get close to you. Isn't that fucking nice? Lorne is always such a bad guy.
Lorne, it is not a date. And he is a really nice guy.
It better not be any fucking date.
It's two people who respect each other going out to dinner.
It's a fucking date. And it better not happen.
Lorne, it's not a date. And I mean, he's
Ramona,
what?
If you go out on this fucking date, then I am going to be done. I've had enough of that horse shit. That is, there's no other way for me to fucking put it. That's just the dumbest thing I have ever fucking heard.
So now you are so controlling that you're threatening me.
No, it's not a fucking threat either. I've gone through this shit with a fucking doctor already. I am not going through it again.
It is not a date. Hey, he is not the doctor. Why are you doing this?
I heard every fucking word that cocksucker said when he was hitting on you.
He did not hit on me.
He hit on you many times.
He didn't hit on me one time.
Bullshit.
Lorne.
Well, maybe I can take you on a date, down the road and show you friendship and down the road and maybe if we want to get together. But I'm married. Something I didn't tell you is I'm getting divorced. You want to go out to dinner?
Okay, Lorne, it did not happen like that.
That's pretty much the way it fucking happened.
Lorne.
I am not kidding about any of this, Ramona. I'm not dealing with shit again. If it means so much for you to go on a fucking date with this guy, then you go, but I'm not going to be around.
Fine, I'll invite my brother.
Why? So he can meet your brother, so your brother can become friends with him, invite him over your house, and fucking he can stay the night, and go on vacations with you. It's fucking horseshit.
Lorne, it's not a date, and I'll invite my brother. There.
It's horseshit, Ramona. It's horseshit. Why couldn't your therapist be a fucking female?
Because my parents chose him, and my mom found him.
Huh. Ain't that something? Let's put another guy in Ramona's life so she has more options.
I can't, backtrack and go back and make this guy into a female. I mean, there's doctors who do that every day now, but I don't think that's what he wants. I think he is a cisgender male, and therefore
anything you say
can and will be held against you in the court of law. I have the right to remain silent, so I will.
Anything you say to me about this guy is null and void. I know what this fucking guy wants. I was right there listening to every fucking word he was saying, so I know exactly what he wants.
Lorne, he was not hitting
For
on
him to ask you on a fucking date when he's supposed to be having a therapy session with you, you got to be fucking kidding me. Any guy asks you on a fucking dinner date, first word that he must be fucking no, because you have a boyfriend. Not yeah, so he just wants to be friends. Bullshit.
And did you not hear me tell him that in 2.5 months I'll be coming down to see you or up to see you?
Oh, I heard that, but he didn't. He just called me a loser after that and kept continuously fucking trying to put me down and trying to talk you into saying that I was a fucking loser.
Okay, Lorne, I spent 6 hours on the phone defending you, and that's going to go a long way, I hope, well, I think, with my parents, and I'd hope, I don't know, I can't.
Well, this supposed fucking therapist that wants to take you out to dinner.
But, well, okay, I spent hours on the phone defending you. That's got to count for something.
Yeah, it counts for something, but the problem is, you said yes to a dinner date with another fucking guy. Why in the hell would you do that when you have a boyfriend?
It's not a date.
It's a dinner date. It's a date.
It's not
a date. It's not for therapy. He wants to become friends with you. Allie doesn't ask me out to fucking dinner.
That's because you guys go to motels.
Not hardly.
But definitely. Okay, Lorne.
I never even see Allie outside of that fucking office. Except for in the hallway when she comes out to get me.
Oh, so you guys are having dates in the fucking hallway? No worries. What?
I can't believe we're even having this fucking conversation. What a fucking joke.
Lorne, everything is great.
Everything is not great.
Lorne,
Going out on a fucking date with another guy.
Lorne, everything is fantastic.
Oh yeah, real fantastic. Going on a date with another guy. And he's going to be fucking invited over to your house. And he's going to be sleeping over your house. Then he's going to see my girlfriend naked.
Is it like...
Isn't that just fucking fantastic?
Wait, you think it's like an assembly line of people waiting to see me naked?
Oh, the whole thing is just a fucking doctor all over again. He's only seeing the doctor 2 hours a night at aqua aerobics. Then he comes over and he gets invited over to your house for a party. Then he meets your brother. Then they become real good friends. Then he's spending the night. Then he sees you fucking naked. Going on vacation with you.
The doctor and I are still
fucking
great
story with the fucking therapist.
I'm not going to stop being friends with the doctor just because the therapist is being nice to me. That's crazy.
Of course he is. He's got a hidden agenda.
He's a nice person.
Oh yeah. Of course he's being nice to you. He didn't want to be very nice to me though, did he? A therapist isn't like that.
Okay, if he were to like have hit on me or something, like wouldn't he have done it?
He did.
Okay, or like
multiple times.
Okay, Lorne, he did not hit on me, and
yeah, he did.
And if he
many times over.
And if he had, wouldn't you think I would have told you if he had after you hung up the phone in a hissy fit?
He didn't have to wait till I hung up the fucking phone. He did it when I was on the phone.
But Lorne, I mean, it's not to worry.
I can't believe you said yes, though. When you have a boyfriend. Why in the hell would you ever even say yes when you have a boyfriend?
It's not a date. Let me just go and see what he says.
You know that I wouldn't be all right with that.
I thought you'd be fine with it, and it's not a date. Let's see what he says. I'm curious to know.
The whole time I was texting you, I told you that he had a hidden agenda. And I also told you that a therapist doesn't talk that much and not let you talk. It's not what a therapist does.
Lorne, stay calm, okay? It's not a date, and everything is great. Lorne, everything is...
Stay calm when another guy wants to take my girlfriend out on a date. Yeah.
Lorne,
That's a good one.
Lorne, everything is fantastic.
Oh, yeah. And you got this guy calling me a fucking loser. A therapist. A quote-unquote therapist. With his fucking McDonald's Happy Meal license.
First of all, I don't think that McDonald's gives out licenses. McDonald's might give out licenses to be obese and have heart disease and high blood pressure, but they don't give out licenses to be therapists.
Well, you get it from fucking Cheerios box then.
From where?
From a Cheerios box. A Lucky Charms box.
Well, he paid for the cereal, and if it came with a degree, then he deserves to be able to use it.
Well, he's certainly getting his fucking money's worth out of the $2.30 box of fucking cereal.
Well,
that's all he's worth is about fucking $2.30.
Well, you know, if that's what happened.
He's a good therapist because he's calling your boyfriend a loser.
Lorne, you've got to stay calm. Okay, now...
Oh, and he's asking you out on a date.
Lorne, he's not asking me out on a date. Every guy is not asking me out on a date.
He asked you on a date. He violated... If he's such a good therapist, why in the hell is it that he violated the therapist's confidentiality shit by asking you out on the fucking date?
He made it...
There's rules for that shit.
He made it clear it was not a date.
No. He didn't make it clear. Going out as friends, it's a date. The therapist does not ask their client out on dates. It's friendship or otherwise. They keep it professional. They don't ask the clients out on dates.
So you're basically calling me a liar.
Calling him a fucking liar.
What did he lie about? Because when I say it's not a date, but then you say it is a effing date, then that means you're calling me a liar.
I don't think you understand the difference between it.
The
therapist does not ask their clients out on dates.
They
don't ask them out to dinner as friends. They don't do that.
Our client-therapist relationship is ending this week.
It's ending this week, so he's going to take you out after it ends, quote unquote, as friends. It's not a therapy session, but it's a date. Isn't that funny how that worked out?
Lorne, I think everything's great. I really do.
Everything's not great when a guy is
Lorne,
asking my girlfriend out on a date and my girlfriend says yes.
Lorne, there's no better
That's
time to be alive. Everything is wonderful.
No, everything is not wonderful. Don't make things better? Cut the fucking date off.
Lorne, it's not a date, and I'm going because I want to see what he's going to say. And if you get mad, I'll just bring my brother.
Fucking date.
And plus, I told him some vegan things.
You bring your brother, then your brother will be friends with him, and that's an excuse for a therapist to come over and spend time over at your house, more time with you, fucking doctor all over again.
No, it's not the doctor all over again.
The doctor all over again.
The doctor and I are friends, and he's a great guy. And we're going to stay friends. I like having him around. He's fun.
I told you this shit needs to change, Ramona. And instead of it changing, It changed into another fucking guy in the mix.
Lorne, you don't trust me.
Not a matter
That's
of
a
trust.
problem.
It's a matter of you don't respect me when you tell another guy yes to a fucking date.
It's not a date, Lorne.
A fucking date, Ramona. I don't know how stupid you think I am, but it's a fucking date.
Lorne, as you said before, you're so far from stupid, so why would I think that you're stupid?
Nothing up stupid. You said yes to another guy and they're asking you out on a goddamn date when you have a boyfriend. Your boyfriend's telling you he's not all right when you're still fucking telling him you're going to go out with a guy.
But I'll bring my brother.
And then you bring your brother and your brother and him become friends the same fucking doctor all over again.
Oh gosh, I'll bring my parents.
There you go. Bring your parents. That would be better than bringing your brother.
I'll bring them all.
There you go. And then you can make friends with your brother, and he can come over your house and hang out and fucking spend the night, see you naked, and go on vacations with you. Fucking doctor all over again.
Lorne, everybody who comes to my house doesn't see me naked.
No, just the doctor did. But there'll be a time where accidents happen again, and therapists will see you naked.
No. Well, the doctor's sister saw me naked. I don't see you mad about that.
Well, she's a female, and that doesn't bother me quite so much as a fucking male seeing you naked when you have a boyfriend.
Yeah, but the
It's fucking unbelievable.
doctor's sister and I. Maybe I shouldn't tell you what we did, but anyway,
Did you cheat on me with the doctor's sister?
no.
Right there.
You know how guys bump chests? Well, we did it. Topless. We bumped chests.
Let them bump.
No, but it's funny. But, I mean, the doctor's sister's boobs touch my boobs.
Oh, that's just funny. It'd be funny to picture it.
It is funny. But what I'm saying...
A fucking date with a fucking therapist is not funny.
Now I'm guessing you wouldn't want me to do that same thing with the doctor.
Once you text this therapist and ask him if he's considering this date a date, he's gonna tell you no. And in his mind, it actually is.
Okay, so do you really want me to?
It really doesn't even matter to me if you text him or not and ask him that, because in my mind, it is a fucking date.
Okay, well,
in my mind, you should have said no to him anyway, because you have a boyfriend.
Okay, calm down. Okay,
That's not acceptable for him.
Okay, everything is wonderful. Now, you asked me to do... It is. Everything's wonderful. Now, you asked me to do this, and so do you really want me to do it? I think he's probably up. He said he had a client at 9. I'll message him. I'll message him.
He's happy about spending so much time with you. He's happy because you said yes to a date with him. But you can't sleep.
Oh, God, Lorne.
Probably in the bathroom jerking off thinking about you right now.
Well, I'm flattered.
Oh, gee. Well, that's fucking nice. Went to a therapist, a boyfriend-bashing therapist, to a personal call, to a dinner date, back to boyfriend-bashing, no therapy involved, just boyfriend-bashing, back to personal again.
But don't forget he's jerking off.
Wouldn't surprise me a bit. Your boyfriend is supposed to feel fine about this shit.
But wait, you said he's... Well, wait.
Fucking date better not happen.
Do you think he's still jerking off, or do you think he already got off? Maybe he's going twice.
Are you picturing him jerking off?
Oh, God. Well, Lorne, I wasn't thinking about him jerking off at all before you said something.
Oh, I guarantee he was already thinking about having sex with you while he was talking to you.
Lorne, everybody's mind isn't wired to think of sex 24/7.
When this guy was hitting on you, goddamn well, I know goddamn well that his mind was headed there. You all but fucking come out and said it.
Alright, I texted him asking him if it's a date. And I'll see
How
what
did
he
you
says.
word it? How did you word it?
Are you jerking off, by the way? Is it a date?
Tell me how you worded it.
Lauren says you're jerking off. Are you? By the way, is it a date?
Wait.
I didn't say that. You know I didn't say that.
What did you say?
I'm looking forward to meeting you for dinner. By the way, is this a date?
I'm looking forward to meeting you for dinner. Isn't that fucking special? Isn't that really fucking special? My girlfriend is looking forward to going on a date with another guy.
Lorne.
That's unbelievable.
Lorne, stay calm. Everything's great.
Everything is not great when you do shit like this.
Hold on, let me see. Alright, here's what he said. No, Ramona. Ramona? Like saying my name. No, Ramona. I'll read it romantically. How's that? So
Oh, he meant it anyway.
So I ask, is it a date? No, Ramona. I would never try to do something that underhanded. I'm trying to be here for you as a friend, to help you make a transition during this very difficult time. I'm doing this for your benefit. I promise
Well,
your well-being is my primary objective.
all right, now just read it out straight so I can understand what you're saying.
Okay. No, Ramona, I would never try to do something that underhanded. I'm trying to be here for you as a friend, to help you make a transition during this very difficult time. I'm doing this for your benefit. I promise you, your well-being is my primary objective.
Sure it is.
And then
He's trying to be slick, is what he's trying to do.
And then he said, that doesn't mean we can't enjoy ourselves a little bit, though.
Yeah, say, there you go. It's a fucking date.
I'm gonna message him. I'm gonna be candid as. Oh God, am I gonna be saying that word like he says
I
it?
hope the fuck you don't. I hope the fuck you don't. I hope you
Okay.
don't say that word.
I'm
I
gonna
have enough of
show.
that piece of shit saying it.
I'm gonna show some candor, as he said again. Okay. Let's see.
Don't try to talk like him. That's
I
going to
wasn't,
irritate the hell out of me.
but the word just fit. I couldn't think of any other word. Okay. Let me message him. Lorne is convinced that you want a date. What should I tell him? Now let's see what he says. Lorne is convinced that you want a date with me.
Now I ask him if you was a 40-year-old, say a 45-year-old guy, if he would take you out to dinner, if he would ask you out on a dinner date, or if he would ask you out to dinner, you don't even have to use the word date. If he would ask you out to dinner to help you get through a tough time, ask him that.
All right, let me say this. He
Put that in
also
your head. I know you already know the answer to that.
asked if I were how old, 45, 47? He also asked if I was a 45-year-old guy, would you take me out to dinner? This is an essential part of my the healing process for me. As your therapist, it's my ethical obligation to help you through this struggle, and that is my singular motivation.
Yeah. Well, a therapist doesn't help you by taking you out to dinner. Allie has never once, in the 2 years that I've been seeing her, never once asked me out to dinner so that she could help me through my situation.
Well, maybe Allie doesn't care, or maybe you need to go to Allie's house and see her naked.
And Allie was an actual therapist.
I would do...
She keeps it professional.
Here's what he said. I would do whatever I needed to do for the benefit and healing of my patients. As a matter of fact, I have done just that in the past with both men and women.
And I don't believe him. I heard how many times you hit on me. Shaking my head in disbelief.
By the way, definitely don't... Okay. Don't worry, it's not a date.
Fucking date. Can't believe you said yes.
Lorne, everything is wonderful.
Everything is not wonderful when you say yes to a dinner with another guy. That is something that should never happen. That's like me saying yes to dinner with another girl.
Okay, I'm going to tell him... I wouldn't freak out if you went to dinner with Allie. Not one bit.
I wouldn't. That's just not right. That's not keeping it professional.
I'm going to tell him that I'm bringing Bro.
Of course. Then you can become friends with bro and invite it over to your house. What a coincidence.
So it's not a date. So it's not a date because Bro is coming.
You need to bring your parents. That's something that you bring your parents.
It depends because long story short, Wednesday is my mom. If it ends up being Wednesday, I don't know if I'll be able to because Wednesday is my mom's day to go take care of Nana.
And I can't believe you said yes.
So it might just be Bro.
You already knew how I feel about it without me even saying anything.
But Bro will do whatever I tell him to.
Shouldn't even be fucking happening.
Lauren, everything is fantastic and wonderful and beautiful.
It is not. No, it is not. No idea how you think it could be.
Well, why are you being jealous?
You're my girlfriend. When another guy asks you out to dinner, the first word out of your mouth is supposed to be no, not yes.
Lorne, you're being jelly. You're like grape jelly. You're like jelly beans.
I'm being
You're
realistic.
like jelly bellies.
Being realistic.
You're like those shoes from the 90s. What did they call them? Oh, jellies. Lorne, everything is great and wonderful.
Tell me how you can think that.
Okay, let's see what he said. I got a message. Okay, I said, I'm bringing bro, if that's okay. And he said, I feel a one-on-one conversation would better facilitate a discussion about the things you need and deserve as a woman. However, if you'd be more comfortable bringing your brother along, that's perfectly fine, too.
He wanted a one-on-one.
I'm going to bring
He
bro.
wanted a dinner date. He wanted it to be a date.
Well, here's the thing, okay? I can't remember if he's got a master's or if he has a master's and a doctorate. So basically, I can't remember if his highest level of education is his master's or if it's his doctorate. But here's the thing. If he does not take me to Burger King and he only has a master's degree, how is he going to get his PhD? Because I would assume that in the kids' meal, they're going to give him his PhD. So this could be good for him as well.
Oh, Lucky Charms hands out prizes too.
So are you saying before dinner we should stop at the grocery store and get a box of cereal?
All right, so he can get lucky with Lucky Charms?
And what does that mean, Lorne?
So he's already gotten lucky and got his fucking date that he wanted with my girlfriend.
Lorne, how is that getting lucky? He's going to dinner and we're going to have dinner.
He got a date with you. He got a date with you. That's all he wanted. That's all he needed to get his foot in the door.
No, because
Get a date with her. Get a date with her so I can get more personal with her. I can tell more of my fucking stories, my sad sob stories. She'll be more attracted to me. And I know his fucking game.
Who stops?
Sucked you right into it.
Lorne, you must think I'm really stupid.
No, I just think you're blind.
No, I can see. Clearly now the rain is gone.
You obviously don't see what he did. Sucked you right into a dinner date.
Lorne, it is not a date.
So it sucked you into fucking thinking it was a therapy session when it turned out he violated so many therapist rules that was unreal. Turned it into a personal thing.
Okay, this is...
He spent most of the time talking. He's not supposed to be the one doing all the talking. You are.
Hey, this is a guy who looks like he could be an underwear model. He is not going to spend that much time going after one date.
There's another guy that looks like he could be an underwear model. How nice.
Oh, gosh, they seem to flock to me.
Well, why would you want a loser like me? As your date calls me. Loser.
But did I say that?
Let him say it enough. You didn't tell him to stop saying it. Didn't tell him to stop calling me that.
Lord, I was just listening, and I didn't say that you were any of those things.
But you could tell him to respect you a little bit and not call me a loser, which is something he never should have said to begin with. That's extremely unprofessional.
Lauren, stay calm.
I'm not saying gone. It's the same fucking doctor bullshit all over again.
He is not the doctor.
Hey, is he going to come over your house?
I have no plans of that.
And you said that same thing with the doctor, too.
Lorne, that's different.
It's not different. That is not different at all.
That's different because I had a party and the doctor was introduced.
But what if you just told me out straight is that he's going to be coming over your house?
I don't see having a party for a while.
It doesn't matter. To be invited over, you just fucking called in another guy. Make things so much better.
Lorne, but you're not looking at the bright side. I'm making a whole lot of friends. I have people.
Bright side. But there's another guy that fucking wants you. He's gonna call me a loser. He's gonna try to get you away from me. He's gonna take you out to dinner, and you want me to be okay with it. Then go on vacations with you, and fucking wind up seeing my girlfriend naked. Yeah, there's a lot of bright sides.
Lorne, but you're only looking at a small piece. You're looking at a very small piece.
Those aren't small pieces to me.
No, but Lorne, you're looking at a small piece because you're seeing everything through doctor's lenses, right? Like through, you're basically making the therapist the doctor.
I told you the same exact thing would happen with the doctor. I tried to get you to get the doctor away from us. You just hauled him in further. And now it's the therapist. So it's the doctor all over again.
He's not. I'm going to have dinner and then go home.
Dinner date. Another guy.
Hopefully I eat so much that he and my brother have to carry me out of the restaurant. And everything's going to be wonderful.
Everything is not wonderful.
Everything is wonderful.
We need to meet.
Hey, didn't I just talk to the therapist about that today? And I told him
I told Allie that I want to stick to October 19th.
You can tell Allie anything you want.
Yeah, well, there's a difference with me. I got a probation officer, a therapist, and a counselor. All in my smoke.
Lorne, so far you're making good strides toward, you're 2 weeks in. It has been
I continue to make these good strides. I'm not going to let anything hold me back.
Lorne, listen to me, okay? Because I'm about to compliment you. Okay? It has been 2 weeks since you've gotten drunk, since you've called me a bitch, since you've called me a piece of shit, since you yelled at me outside of tonight, which I'm not even going to hold this against you. I'm not even going to. I'm not going to say, oh, well, 2 weeks starts again today. Or 3 months, rather, starts again today. I'm not even going to do that. It's been 2
I thought
weeks.
you already did this against me. I didn't say yes to a date. You did.
Lorne, I just said I'm not going to hold any of this against you because I know that you're a little bit antsy because you feel like I'm going to be going out on a date with a millionaire underwear model looking therapist, but that's not the case.
Gee, that helps.
I'm not going on a date.
It's a fucking date. You don't believe you said yes to it. I'm fucking bored.
Lorne, I didn't ask if you were floored. I didn't ask if you were ceilinged. The thing I'm saying is that it's not a date. But it's going to be great. I mean, everything's great.
When you bring other guys into your life,
I
it's not great.
I didn't bring another guy into my life. My parents
You said yes
did.
to a date with another fucking guy. That is not great. That is a lot of disrespect to me.
Lorne, nobody's disrespecting you.
You
Everything
did.
is
You said yes to a fucking date with another guy.
everything is
Why would
perfect.
you ever do that?
I don't see it as a date.
The guy was him saying no, he doesn't see it as a date. Yeah, he does. He
He
was hitting
said
on you the whole fucking time.
he didn't.
Unbelievable.
But check this out. No, Ramona. I would never try to do something that underhanded. I'm trying to be here for you as a friend to help you make a transition during this very difficult time. I'm doing this for your benefit. I promise you, your well-being is my primary objective. That's not a date.
You're not going to be his client. He has no need to ask you out for dinner. He has one agenda.
And what is that? To see me naked?
That's probably the main agenda he has.
What, to see me naked?
To see you naked, to get you in bed, for you to be his girlfriend. That's all. He's getting a divorce, remember?
Okay, just because he's getting a divorce.
That is not something that a therapist tells his client. That is bullshit.
Stay calm.
A therapist keeps things separated.
What?
A therapist keeps things separated. When he's with a client, he keeps it professional. He doesn't bring his life into the fucking matter. He listens to the client. He doesn't do most of the talking. He lets the client do the talking. And he puts his input in. But his input isn't supposed to last all fucking night. And his input also doesn't include asking his client out to dinner.
Okay, I didn't expect I would talk to the therapist for so long either, but he had a lot of insights.
After I told you I get off the phone.
He had a lot of insights.
He's acting goofy. Remember?
Yeah, after the phone.
Trying to get fucking closer to you. Surprise, surprise. I can't believe this fucking shit is happening all over again.
But everything is perfect.
How can you say that?
Well, I can say this. Did you ever notice that therapist is just a contraction word for the rapist? So maybe his agenda isn't so hidden. I'm kidding. Everything is great. Hang on a second. Are you mad at me?
Yeah, most of the time. You know what? Do me a favor. Do some of the tables in the laundry.
I will.
Okay? Seriously.
I'm muted.
What are they?
Hey, baby, don't be mad.
I got you.
Bye-bye, my precious little princess.
Your baby's hungry. Want some breakfast?
I got it. Okay, I know you're going to try and be home in time.
Yep.
But either way,
What's up, baby?
listen, either way, we're I've returned. So,
for another dinner date?
What?
Did he text you and ask you out for another dinner date?
Oh gosh, Lorne, can we get past the first date? Let's see if there's chemistry, maybe a kiss, and then we'll worry about the second one.
Mm-hmm. Also, there's going to be a kiss on this date, huh?
Lorne, no.
That's what you just said.
I know, Lorne, I'm joking. First of all, I don't kiss on the first date. That's thing one. Thing two, why?
What? One is you shouldn't be going on a date with a fucking supposed therapist anyway.
It's
He's not a fucking therapist.
Okay, Lorne, repeat after me, okay? It's not a date.
A date, Ramona. First thing is when another guy asks you out for dinner, you don't tell him yes when you have a boyfriend anyway. Especially when your boyfriend's right on the phone listening to the whole friggin' thing.
Lorne. You've got to remain calm. And
there's nothing to be calm about with that shit. There's nothing to be calm about with
Lorne, everything is fantastic.
No, it is not. Pretty little girl, you want some breakfast? Sweetheart. Want some breakfast? Come on. Come on. Good girl. Yeah, I'm ready to put it over here so you don't want it to spot me, though. Why would you say yes to any guy asking you out to dinner?
Lorne, it's not a date.
You answer me that question.
Because I'm curious to see what he has to talk about.
Why would you be curious when he's not going to be your therapist?
Because he's still going to be my friend.
Well, of course. Still going to be your friends. Still going to come over, be invited over to your house. Still going to come over, spend the night. Same doctor shit all over again.
Lorne, you've written a story that's never existed.
It doesn't have to exist yet. I know what's going to happen.
What? And how? You tell the future?
It already happened. It already happened with the doctor, and I told you right from the get-go what was going to happen.
And what? You tell this with your crystal ball, your blue balls, or your silver bells? I don't know.
Happened with the doctor. I saw the whole thing coming when it happened with the doctor. That's exactly what happened. See the whole thing happening all over with the therapist.
It's not, Lorne. Lorne, you're living in the past. And even though the doctor is still a good friend of mine, you're living in the past.
Yeah, and you're creating new problems.
I'm not.
First problem is when another guy asks you on a date and you have a boyfriend, you don't say yes.
He didn't ask me on a date. He didn't ask me on a date.
He asked you out to dinner. That's a date. When you have a boyfriend and another guy asks you out to dinner, you don't tell him yes. Why would you do that? Especially when you know how I feel about it. I didn't hide any way that I felt about this guy. I know you knew that I wouldn't have been happy about it.
I did not think that you would be upset with it. I thought you'd think it was a good idea for me to go out to dinner with my therapist and talk.
How could you possibly think that I would think it was a good idea?
Lorne.
I want to know the answer to that. How could you possibly think that I would think it was a good idea? And the whole time I didn't like the fucking guy. The whole
Lorne,
time
you
he was
don't like
calling me a
any
loser.
guy who's associated with me.
And the whole time he's supposed to be a therapist. He's violating every rule in the therapist book.
I don't have a therapist. Well, Lorne, you hate every guy who's affiliated with me.
There's no excuse for this bullshit.
Lorne, stay calm. Everything is perfect.
Everything is not perfect when you're going on a date with another guy.
It's not a date. Lorne, it is not a date. This is a good thing.
Going out to dinner. You're going out to dinner. That's a freaking date.
Well, that is a matter of opinion. Because what is a date to you? Define it. Define the word.
He asked you out for dinner. One-on-one dinner.
Okay, I went to one-on-one dinner with my mom.
A little different than your mom. It's not another guy. It's not somebody that's been hitting on you all fucking night.
I went on a one-on-one dinner excursion with my dad.
It's your dad. Not a one-on-one date with the guy that fucking one has been hitting on you all night.
I think everything's gonna be great. I really do.
Yeah, because now you get another guy that's going to come over and fucking go on vacation with you. Yeah. Everything's real fucking great.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I'm having surgery next Thursday, and I will not be going on any weekend trips until September.
Well, he said he'd come to a hospital and visit you. Heard that too. Therapist doesn't do that. Guy took it way beyond therapy.
I beg to differ.
You're trying to get too personal.
I beg to differ because one of my good friends is a therapist, and one of her clients had a baby, and she visited her in the hospital.
And how long did they know each other?
That I'm not sure. I'm not even going to try and guess.
How many therapy sessions have you had with this guy?
Does it matter?
Yeah.
We've had almost daily because of my parents freaking out. Literally, almost daily. That's why I'm so That's why I was so confused, because yesterday I had 2 sessions. One with him, then one separate, one with him one-on-one, then one with him and my parents. I'm not. Because they think they did something wrong. And I told them, I'm like, you guys didn't do anything wrong. You did everything right. And I won't go into what they said, but...
A therapist doesn't ask his clients out to dinner. A therapist does not get personal with clients.
Lord, if he shows up naked, I'll tell you. But he better not show up naked, because we're going to be going to a new vegan restaurant, and I don't need to be banned from the restaurant before I even get there.
And he's showing up with a rose in his hand.
With a rose?
Sure. Oh, yeah. Probably a red rose.
Sounds like something the doctor would do.
Oh, well. Probably the doctor did that, too.
No, he showed up with about 1 billion roses in my apartment. But that's besides the point.
And that was after he knew you had a boyfriend. Real respectful.
At the time, Lord, at the time that happened, I don't think you realize how they did not think anything was going on like that. And even
He talked to
now,
me on the phone. He talked to me on the phone, so he knew.
yeah, I'm dating this guy in Maine. Here he is on the phone. Like, I don't know. He didn't seem to take it too seriously.
Well, out of respect for you, he should have. Even if he didn't have any respect for me, out of respect for you, you told him. He should have taken it seriously out of respect for you.
Lauren, let's not talk about respecting me.
Well,
Because you've done some of the most egregious acts of disrespect against me.
what was most of my problem all around? The doctor.
So now you're going to blame another man for your actions.
I'm not blaming another man for my actions.
But you said what was your problem all around the doctor. Don't blame him for the way that you behaved.
Oh, it don't matter. God, I'm a loser. Your
So
therapist
that's
said
what you're
so.
saying.
Your therapist was taking you on a date, said so.
Okay, but when did I say that?
Didn't
Quote
stop him
me
from
as
saying it.
saying that. Say again?
Didn't stop him from saying it.
I don't control what he says.
He obviously doesn't respect you at all either.
Okay, again, Lauren,
Somebody
with
you told.
respect. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing that's real messed up, okay? You are so butthurt and whiny, crying, and fussing about my therapist calling you a loser, but you've said nothing about the fact that you've called me a pathetic bitch, you've called me a whore, you've called me a slut, you've called me a piece of shit, and you've called me a cunt, okay? You, the person who, as you say, is supposed to be my boyfriend, have called me all those things, but you want me to forget about it because it was 2 weeks ago, okay? You say nothing about that, but yet you're so butthurt and upset because my therapist called you a loser. Explain that to me.
So we're turning this around.
Yeah, we're turning this car right back around.
Because you said yes to a date with your therapist.
No, it has nothing to do with saying yes to a date or anything else with the therapist. If you want to talk about that, we can talk about that. But the fact that you're going to sit here, he called me a loser. He's so mean. But yet the fact that you have called me a pathetic bitch, you want me to forget because it was 2 weeks ago, and that person who did that is not you anymore.
Turn this around all you want. I'm not going to tell you that I'm fine with it, with you going on a date with a fucking therapist.
Okay, then talk about that, but don't talk about him calling you a loser.
And I'm not going to say it's all right for him to call me a fucking loser. Because of the fact he's a therapist, he's supposed to be professional. They don't go around calling people losers.
And your boyfriend, you're supposed to treat women with respect, especially one that you claim to love. So your silence means that there's nothing you can say to contest that.
I didn't know what I said was wrong. I'm sorry for the things I said.
Okay, but
I'm not doing it anymore.
Okay, that's nice that you have not called me a pathetic bitch in 2 weeks. That's very nice. But if you wanted to talk, let's talk about the quote date end quote, not what my therapist called you and how it made you feel.
The therapist is supposed to be professional.
Okay, professional.
I have never called you a loser or any name.
I'm not a registered sex offender who has what you have on paper, okay? If Allie was going to call me a loser, it would be based nothing on nothing except the fact that I don't know, if she was racist, maybe she'd call me that, but that would be based on racism, and I would hope that she's not like that. Other than that, she has no basis to call me a loser. There's nothing. There's
This guy has no
nothing.
basis to call me a loser either.
Lorne, he and my parents heard audio of you screaming and cursing at me and calling me every name under the sun. That right there, that someone would treat someone who they call their girlfriend, that right there gives credence to the idea that the person saying that stuff is a loser. You can't sit there and say that my parents should be subject to hear that kind of stuff and get bullshit in the mail about their daughter dating a registered sex offender and bullshit about how she was treated in the mail, and then come back and say, well, nothing about me is a loser. I feel bad for them just having to experience that. I feel bad for them that they even had to go through that they even had to have that bullshit come through the mail. And holy heaven forbid if it had been mislabeled or anything like that, and it had gone to the neighbors who all know me and my parents. I mean, the neighbors have lived there. They've lived there for decades and decades and decades. All of the neighbors, and had it been mismarked, so instead had the address been one digit off, and then
the therapist calling me a loser.
No, you're not listening. And had one of the neighbors opened a package that said, "This is who Ramona's dating," and had they heard that stuff, and my parents had to go through that, I'm not defending him calling you a loser. I'm saying that if you want to say he asked me out on a date, that's fine. We can talk about that. I'm saying if you want to say that he's hitting on me, that's fine. We can talk about that. But for you to sit here and have such a problem with someone calling you a loser, something that I think a lot of people, if they saw what you have written on paper, would say, yeah, I agree.
His job is not to call me a loser.
Okay, and yours is to call me a pathetic bitch and a piece of shit and a cunt and a whore and a no good.
No, it isn't. But I didn't bring him into a fucking relationship.
Okay, and I didn't get into a relationship to be called the things that you've called me.
But I'm not calling you that anymore. I'm not drinking anymore. I'm changing for me as well as for me and you.
So because you're not drinking, it's okay? No. Because you're not drinking for 2 weeks, it's okay the stuff that you did for 9 months? Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is I'm correcting what other things that I've done wrong.
Okay, so then stop. So then stop saying, "Well, I stopped doing that."
It doesn't mean that I'm going to say it's all right for the therapist to call me a loser when he doesn't have any right to call me a loser.
See here.
He wants to call me that out of the session to himself. That's fine. But for him to say that to you, that's not fine.
You know what? I'm not nearly as offended by that as I am by being called a pathetic bitch. I've never in my life been called the kinds of things that you have called me. And when you can sit there, and this is exactly what you did, you called me a pathetic bitch, and then I don't even know if it was 5 minutes later, you asked if I wanted to wake up next to you and if I wanted to have sex with you that night, if I would have had sex with you that night if you were there.
I don't even remember that conversation.
Well, Lorne, again, just because you don't remember it doesn't mean it didn't happen. It happened.
I didn't say it didn't happen. You know how my memory is. Sorry, I don't remember.
Okay, so here's the thing. So instead of saying in a dismissive tone, I don't remember that. How about saying, that was really fucked up that I did that, instead of
That's
dismissing.
really fucked up that I did that. I'm going to admit to it. I'm not going to say that it wasn't fucked up.
So Lorne, Lorne,
And I apologize for doing it.
Lorne, the guy gave me a lot of shit to think about, because how is it that you're going to say, he called you a loser, and whether he should have done that as a therapist or not is up in the air. Because, for the point that he was trying to make. Okay, so let's say that was wrong, but for him to do that. But was he wrong in saying that? He heard video footage of you calling me a woman. And you shouldn't say this about any woman, but certainly one that you claim that you love, a bitch, a whore, a piece of shit, all these names. That alone, you don't think that alone is loser behavior?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so then
I don't need to hear it from your therapist. Your therapist shouldn't be saying that to you.
I could not argue with the things that he was saying, Lorne, because it was true. I mean, he was winning. I mean, I was defending you, but everything he was saying was true. And here I am defending you. But again, the shit that he was saying, I couldn't argue. And the stuff that he told me, I didn't know that there was audio footage of you talking to a child or someone who sounded like a child. I didn't know that existed. And that you had said, after saying that you weren't going to have sex and all this stuff, that you were bringing condoms so you don't get somebody knocked up. I didn't know there was audio footage of that.
I don't remember it either.
Okay, again, Lorne.
I've got it. I've got it on CD, and I've got everything.
Okay, so
then you're. I don't watch it. You know why? Because it was 10 years ago, and I tried to get it out of my head.
Yeah, but you know what? You do the same thing that I do, that he said that I do, that I shouldn't be doing, which is the bad stuff that you've done, that I have just tried to completely eradicate from my mind. You do that, but the problem with you doing it, there's problems with me doing it, the problem with you doing it is that you don't learn and you don't grow and you don't change.
He says all that shit to you, and then he asks you out to dinner.
No, I'm saying that you don't learn and that you don't grow and that you don't change. Lorne, I've said a lot of the things that he said to you. I put on a united front. I defended you. I defended you for hours. I defended you for 7 hours today. And at what point does it become comical when I'm sitting there saying, well, maybe he forgot that she was maybe he blocked it out of her mind that she was 13. Or maybe him calling me those things, he does it because he gets mad at me. And it's like I deserve it.
It's probably comical when I say that. I never meant to even go that route with a decoy. I meant to just be a good person and give the decoy somebody to talk to.
Lorne, but not meaning to go with that route.
I was turning around as I was grooming.
Lorne, okay, if you really don't know what grooming is, you need to read your chat log, because that is the definition of grooming, and I haven't even read all of it. I know what grooming is,
but when I started talking to her, I wasn't doing it to groom her.
Lorne, but here's...
I was doing it just to give her somebody to talk to, because nobody else in the room would talk to her.
But here's the difference between
I shouldn't have even done that.
Okay, but here's the difference between first degree murder and first degree murder. Okay, here's the difference. Okay, if I get in my car right now and I say I'm going to drive all the way down to Texas to kill my cousin, and I just named a state, and I actually have a cousin who lives in Texas, but I don't even know what he looks like. I haven't seen him in so long. But anyway, if I get in my car and I drive down to Texas and I say I'm going to kill my cousin in Texas, and I go to Texas and I get my car and I make the 20-hour drive and I kill my cousin in Texas, and now he's dead, and I say, well, yeah, I killed him. I got in my car with the intention of killing him. I killed him. That's first degree murder. Now, here's the difference between first-degree murder and first-degree murder. If I get in my car and I say, oh, I'm going to Texas to argue with my cousin, oh, I'm going to Texas to have dinner with my cousin, oh, I'm going to Texas because it's legal to fuck your cousin in Texas, I don't know, I'm going to Texas to watch movies with my cousin. If I go to Texas to do those things, or any of those things, or one of those things, or none of those things, I'm just going to Texas to look at my cousin. And I get there and we're talking, and then we start arguing, and I decide I'm going to fucking kill my cousin, and I kill my cousin, well, guess what?